Hey, we've had a spontaneous call to go live. So this is us getting back into these energies again. We used to start with just doing our sounding and meditation to center ourselves and calm our anxiety, but we're talking first to let you know that we're going to do our sound meditation, which will involve some maybe perceived weird facial expressions, because we do facial yoga and mouth yoga, and this is how we align and center and clear the chaotic dissonant frequencies inside our body. So we'll do our singing bowl, and we've got some burning stuff as well. And then we will probably have a blab, because that seems to be what used to happen. And then we'll read our numerological personality analysis. These channels are more so for ourselves, so that we can watch back and listen to. So certain altars will do this, and then other altars will watch back, and that's how we are learning to integrate ourselves and how to all become co-conscious. But yeah, we're going to go into the sound meditation, and it's showing if there's other people witnessing or watching. It's showing our process of aligning ourselves, gaining confidence, and taking present moment actions that call for big courage to get ourselves where we want to be, because our present moment actions create our future. But when one suffers from CPTSD, complex post-traumatic stress disorder, one's present moment actions are defined by their past. So it's about balancing, and it's from witnessing our actions and our patterns, it's about balancing the present moment actions that have been defined from the past and switching them up to do present moment actions to create the future. But one needs to clear those past frequencies from the body to create space to bring in the future frequencies. So the past is the subconscious, and the subconscious are the past memories, data, information that are stored in our body, stored in our connective tissue, our fascia. And when there are harmful data, harmful past information, memories, then we need to alchemize them, transform them, discombobulate them, and then build anew. And what those memories are will either be categorized in words, because humans like to speak in words, but the multiverse, the subconscious and the superconscious speak in present tense, numbers, patterns, and color symbology. So which frequency is one word of saying that vibration, and what that frequency, how that frequency is categorized, or what that frequency is, depends what part of the body, what part of the body and that frequency is stored in the fascia, the connective tissue. So that's what we're doing. We're just showing live moment stuff. We weren't expecting this, but we're going to go into the meditation now, and then we'll have a blab, and then we'll read that. Tito Pomomomo. Yeah, we realized on before when we were doing whatever it was, our deep meditation work, it was a deep passive active meditation, but we'll show you and explain about that in the moment. So the number frequency of the day totaling is number 11. And it's made up of the macro. We have to zoom out and look at the big picture to get a grasp on what's just going on in our everyday to minimize stress and anxiety. Is number 6. The balance point, the pivot point, the middle number of the unseen, untangible, energetic realm, the spiral, the circular. The feminine. Titopana. The feminine and the divine feminine. Titotomanana. Just the divine feminine. I don't know. The lovers. And then we zoom into the micro, the daily energies, which is the 12th and breaks down to 3. So 12 is we call the masculine number, divine masculine being 64, of divine masculine complex stability in the unseen spiritual energetic 64, but in the seen physical masculine it's 12, whereas the feminine is 13, but it breaks down to 3, which is the start number of the Tesla code of the 3 to 6 to 9. And the connecting point, so the micros, the zoomed in, the fractal geometry, the one which you need a microscope for. The macro is the telescope, the zooming out, the macro. Right, in sun energies, please. You need a telescope to see the stars, or if you want to do it on a more scaled down, the tree, the macro being the branches and the top, and then the roots being the micro, and the trunk being the connecting between the two. There's lots of different analogies. So two, made up of masculine and feminine, the straight lines and the curved. Top hi. Most of us are right-handed, or the familiar ones are right-handed, but it's our left hand that we're aligning because of the clickiness and the movement of our collarbone. And all of that is the peripheral nervous system, the limbs of action, going into the central nervous system. So our birth given name number vibration is 8, and you have the figure of 8 patterns around the body that go down the channels of the collarbones and the hip bones. So having a broken collarbone that's displaced and then fused together, that organ that has an effect on the energetic body. So it's about unraveling all of that. And then the 2, or we say the 11, is the Sushumna, the central channel of the nervous system, the central nervous system. Now, from the philosophy of yoga, when one strengthens your limbs of action, your peripheral nervous system, so that one can handle the impact of an energy and emotion when one reaches the central nervous system, because the central nervous system is the emotional house. So if one is going to have the reserved coiled up energy in the sacrum, which is a common name for its Kundalini energy, when that starts having its moments of rising throughout one's life, that will rise up through the central nervous system and then go out to the peripheral. We have EDS, and so the riverbanks of our body are, because we subluxate and dislocate, it can handle that rising of energy. Our fibromyalgia built new pathways, but we're having to untangle that. So we use these natural tools to do so. And we take a similar analogy or metaphor from yoga. So in yoga, at the end of one's practice, if one is practicing the third limb of yoga asana, yoga postures, then at the end of one's yoga posture practice, they do shavasana, corpse pose. Now, our interpretation and understanding of this is actually one of the most important times of one's yoga practice, and ought to be done from about at least 10-15 minutes of their practice, because it is when the body has that still time, that quiet time, where it can absorb all that new data information, what the body has just done through doing the physical postures. But the physical postures is about putting the body into a different pattern and being able to breathe in that form, that pattern of the body, because then the spirit oxygen comes into the body and accesses different channels, different nadis, or from the Chinese perspective, different meridians. And the more that we get oxygen to every cell in our body, the more we get oxygen to every cellular community in the body. But from our personal experiences, what builds up the cellular communities is the bacterial community. So the more we get a diverse and variety of healthy, happy, bouncy, live bacteria, and the more we can feed them with the prebiotics and get all that oxygen to all of this in the different forms and patterns from the different positions that the yoga asanas, postures put ones in, that then in the still time at the end in shavasana is when the body can absorb that information, the new muscle memory. Although it's nothing to do with the muscles, it's the neurological pathway information, and which doesn't just happen in the brain, there's neurons in the heart as well. So this is also like if one is doing the fourth limb of yoga, pranayama, rhythmic breath control, it's the pause between the inhalation and the exhalation. The pause between the exhalation and the inhalation, which is called retention, is that same still time, the quiet time when the most happens. And when one can really fully optimize their breathing, then it's in this space between the action of the inhalation and the exhalation that there are very few words for. We're just going to let out a beautiful Zendaya. We saw there was a watcher and we get nervous. Do you want to get outside, darling boy? Come on then, beautiful. Get out in the rain. There you go. We leave it open, you go out in your own time. We got a like. Yay. Tutty. Hi. She's gone now. We can talk, you know. Oh, yeah. We thought you'd gone because it says no watchers, but yeah. 16 minutes rebirth. So yeah, so we're talking about the body, embodiment, the yoga breath. We're talking about our processes to bring ourselves to balance, to wholeness, to integration, to co-consciousness, which comes through the breathing. But our breathing, so we are more in the realms of our subconscious and our superconscious, and have been since our seizures for 5 years. 5 years ago, last October. And our tongue is our indicator, our guide to what's going on in our central nervous system. Because of our injuries with our physical ailments, our central nervous system, our spine isn't aligned. And so we've been doing decades of self-awareness and self-growth, and we've been doing yoga since 28, so that's 30. Yeah, it gets confusing. We're 42 on Tuesday. So almost 14 years we've been doing yoga for. We didn't know we had DID, dissociative identity disorder, until the seizures. And although to everyone else it looked like we were losing our shit and going crazy, for us, we had never felt more understanding of our whole life and more calm within than ever before. It's really interesting, Tritty, that you're listening and watching carefully. It says that there's no one there, but that's Tito. It says there's someone there now. 1-1. We're going to keep our eyes closed. It helps us focus. I hope you don't think we're being rude. We've lost our trail, so we're just going to drink green tea. We've been baking with our sourdough, because that's really good live bacteria. We get our sourdough, oak, old school, 40, almost as old as us, from Wales it is. And we've almost finished all of our fermented veg from our garden last year. And we have our kombucha, this new batch. We put in molasses, so it's got all the minerals. And the other day it came to us that we've been doing this solidly for 4 months now, and that our last takeaway order was in October, but we know that would have been a trigger from our gardener leaving, and we had to do it completely alone because that triggers the abandonment issues. And Twitty, it's you, Twitty. We watch you on you've got Twittyverse channel. Tweet. It's all grill coming out now, aren't we? You guys are here. Yeah, you've given us confidence again, Twitty, by sharing yourself authentically and vulnerably with bravery in your emotions. And I know that we've done some of that with our videos in the past. But the more things progress and the more co-conscious and integrated we get and aware, the harder this becomes because of our building our confidence to be seen and heard. But showing up on Rob's channel with your lovely community really helped a lot of that confidence. So it's quite shocking that we're doing this today. We started watching, we've gone from live bacteria, there's lots to share. So yeah, what should we can, okay, we'll say about that in a minute, and then we can describe our process that we did for that. We're attempting to be a bit more focused and coherent between switching, because it's probably not so obvious to the viewer that we're switching, because even though we keep the same tone of voice, we are switching between altars, but it's not obvious, at least it's not obvious for us when we switch between altars, unless the voice changes and the body changes. But we've spent our whole life having to hide all this, even from ourselves. So a lot of the altars we're trying to, or the aspects of ourselves that we're trying to connect to and learn to understand, just use our voice if they are speaking. And it's not until we go into deep states of our meditation and our breath work that suddenly to pay at all, that you guys come out. And we're only fully learning to accept ourselves from feedback from other people that we've been learning to communicate with online, even though we find that exceptionally hard because of our dyslexia and our writing. But the feedback and the responses we get from people are beautiful and really validating in the amount of knowledge we have and what we have to share that can help support other people. But we're still learning to be impeccable with our word, because we know how healing sharing our story is, and how healing for a human being sharing their story is. Being super hypersensitive and an empath, and in a state where we're so in touch with our central nervous system and very reactive, we've been managed in the past. We used to be able to suppress everything and hide ourselves and accommodate the other person, because we've been, through our experiences, we've been brought up that the other won't be, what was it he said to us? We won't be happy unless he's happy. When really a parent, we think a parent important to be happy if their kid's not happy, but he was going through his stuff, and I think he got confused, and he was coming from his child states of consciousness. So we've been brought up to please people in every context of the way, even unhealthy sexual context. We've sidetracked again, Goy, we're all over the place, aren't we? So yeah, bacteria is really healthy, important. We had that takeaway in October because our gardener left, and it would have triggered our embodiment issues from our mum's suicide when we were 4. But we've been amazing on our food intake since then, even through Christmas. And we're so happy about that. It was only till Momo. Yeah, it was only, we started doing our budgeting, but it's really challenging because we used to be a bookkeeper and do accountancy, but we've had to we're kind of stepping out of the ACEs frequencies and going into the pages frequencies. So, but it's still a combination between the two, because we switch between ages so much. When we switch between ages of personalities, even though that's from the past, what we understand conventional society to understand is that it's all in the mind. And we've found it really hard to align our interpretation of what societal's conventional understanding is and other people's opinions, like our old hypnotherapist and loads of people that are highly respected within the community, saying that we've been making things up and the rest of it. And for us to get put in the psych ward 2 years ago on our 40th to wake up to the fact that we have travelled the world on our own. We did an intense jungle trek where you're not getting out of it, even if you're halfway in, by a helicopter call if something happens. We've converted our own van and lived in it. We've cycled John O'Groats to Land's End with a healing broken collarbone. We've deployed to the Philippines to re-roof schools. And when we were in there, going through the different experiences of perceiving through these different ages of personality, if we were in like the age of 4, then our senses of perception would experience and perceive our external reality from that age, which is exceptionally hard for the adult mind or the adult awareness to comprehend, and causes this real, we like to say complicated dance to stay positive connotation in our wording, but it causes a real battle and challenge to be able to come to terms and accept that dissonance of what's going on and experiencing what's going on, and the want and drive to be able to stay co-conscious and aware so we could figure it out. Especially when they fed us medication and we had just spent years purging the medication. We're not against medication, everyone's to their own. Thank you, you're following perfectly. We've missed interaction with you, Twitty. We've had to take time off because of our attachment issues, we had to pull away from a load of channels to proceed to the next stages that we need to get to continue getting ourselves on, of which was doing the budgeting that happened the other day. But it's done in a very, I don't know, late childhood, 10, 11-year-old way, doing our prepping and our planning for our gardening, which involved cutting out pictures from the magazine one day. It takes days for us to do this as well, of the energy, and then putting them in different orders the next day, and then pinning them to our board the next day, and then putting 3 pieces of graph paper together and drawing a big template, and then doing crosses for sowing and ticks for harvesting with the month. So because we're trying to plan our garden so that we get the garden sowed, because last year we started in June, so this year we would like to start in March. But it gets really overwhelming, because to ask a child to be responsible for adult responsibilities of running a home, between balancing garden prep, between balancing attempting to get onto budget and finances, because all of this is the foundations that we need to do if we're going to start writing our own course and start doing more with the YouTube and create our own Patreon channel. But then we have to manage the emotions with the frustration, with the fact that we used to be able to do tax returns and be a bookkeeper, and we can't access those brain networks anymore. So, and then to balance that, the mind of the criticism of, we need to be doing this, we need to be cutting the hedge, and then we need to be doing that. And it's like, no, we need to be resting and relaxing. And learning that before we broke ourselves because we weren't able to listen to ourselves. And when we say that, we weren't able to listen to the body, we weren't able to listen to our heart because of the traumas, because of it disconnecting, because of the fragmentation. Whereas we live in a society where we're labeling more and more. If you get the mental health book, you're like, it's just getting bigger and bigger on the terminology and the separation and the categorization of all these different disorders and ailments and syndromes. And the mental health are the higher vibrational frequencies. It's the unseen energetics of the thought. And from some perspectives, the world, creation, God, it starts with the word. For us, it starts with sound rather than light from our perception. Light moves too quickly. Sound is slow and steady. sound. You can feel, even if there's no light around. Think of yourself in, I don't know, in a room. We used to fall asleep against bass speakers on clubs and stuff sometimes. With that vibration, we'd find it really soothing and rhythmic. So if we're living in a society of an external reality, which is the collective agreement, which is just causing difference and separation and fragmentation, on the expanding outwards, that only can expand outwards so much until there's this contraction inwards. And this is the Jupiter and the Saturn energies. And so then people become so much disconnected from their internal realities, because there's this separation and this fragmentation happening inside as well. Oh, bless you, Twitty. Everyone that has the courage to share their vulnerability with authenticity in present moment is doing a service to everyone. Our way of also describing, yeah, sounds great, isn't it? Oh, there's so much that we want to talk about and say. Just to pay to mama. Yeah, doing me. So we, from our understanding also, is one has activists, people that activists fight for the environment and all these things out there, which is, we're not having any judgment now. It's amazing the people that do that. But for us, that's a positively intentioned focus for internal anger to be expressed outwards, because they're focused, there's anger inside about the world and this and that and everything, which there is for all of us. But from our experiences and understanding with our limited energy reserves, is that to get maximum output with, we say most ease, because that's the positive connotation of least effort, because when one is using their words and manifesting or looking for signs, if there's disconnections in the body, then there'll be disconnections in the words. So if only certain words are getting through, let's say the word effort gets through, then, and maximum, then that means that's maximum effort. And we don't want to have maximum effort. So to find the phrases that even if one or two words comes out, it's still got a positive connotation, and that really brings in pure manifestation without confusion. But again, with our limitation of words and language and our overuse of energy to put in 200% and come out with 20%, we've learned that actually, let's just get rid of words, because of our processing language disorder. The words don't matter. And the more we connect in with our heart, the more we have that pure heart intention. And we do that from our sound vibration, our sound meditation, which we're going to do in a minute. And in the sound meditation, all that comes out are different tones and frequencies. And I don't know if anyone knows much about the Maori tribes, and the Maori women, they wail when grieving. And so when there's grief and loss and pain, that sounding lets all of that out, because sometimes there aren't the words for it. Sometimes words get confused and cause all this misunderstanding and miscommunication, because different people have different understandings and interpretations and definitions of words with emotional attachment. So if we can put all of that aside and stop living from the mind concept, but living from a body and a heart concept, then there's automatically this intuitive understanding without getting confused when people use their words, but they're not using their words aligned to their heart. So therefore, when one's an empath and super hypersensitive, and we're feeling the internal reality of the other, we're feeling the denials of the other, and suddenly the words come out and there isn't this coherence, there isn't this alignment for us, and the traumas we've experienced, it just caused chaos. Yeah, we love the Maoris. We feel very connected to you too, Twitty. And hello, if there's another watcher there. So today the energies are hugely intense through this munch, HCMUM, num. So if we didn't understand stuff in the past, explain it to us backwards and we'd understand it. So that's another tool that we use when it all goes a bit chaotic, is a word we call it the glitch in the matrix for us personally, but it's in the fascia and the alignment, and the word will get stuck on a word. So then we start spelling that word backwards and then saying it backwards, and that's a personal mantra in that moment to release whatever trauma frequency that's causing that glitch in our matrix through the word. So yeah, with the activism we were talking about, that is beneficial for gaining awareness and education to people, but it doesn't really reach the people that it needs to reach, because some of the people that need to be reached with that information, because we used to find it really hard at the start when we lost control of our body and we couldn't clean and we couldn't wash and we couldn't cook and eat healthy, which is brings up shame for us to share. We'd go weeks, months without washing sometimes. And the reason we had to cut all our hair off initially was because we had long, beautiful, curly hair, but it was up in a bun knot and we couldn't lift our arms up for too long, which we're not able to do at this moment. We've got the hump back here that's been sorted out, I feel. That hurt. It did hurt, didn't it? We obviously needed to loosen up some fascia in our left elbow. Left is feminine. Elbow, Tito Panano, right, to pay. You want to read this? Heavy. It's a big book. It's heavy. So we just stick to one thing at a time, guys. So we watched Miss Remy earlier, not for very long, and she called out number 84. Now, number 84 is 48 backwards. So this links into what we were saying before about sorting out our finances with financial discipline, because 48 is the number of financial discipline. So, and we were talking about being backwards actually, so that's really interesting too. So it was the flower of the South, and there's self-empowerment, and our self-empowerment is black and gold, so that yellow comes into it. So we just spent, I don't know how long we spent, quite a while, like a couple of hours. It tells you to follow the green and the roots going round, because this is the energy movement. So we did and we're talking about doing mouth yoga and mouth exercises and facial yoga earlier, and we said we'd be doing that in our sound meditation, which we've not started yet, but we will in a minute. It's because there's lovely people in here and the energy feels good. But we copied Rob, didn't we? Because we put it on subscriber mode, so we can't get none of those stuff that trigger us. So yeah, we basically followed the green, but rather than doing it in just one flow all the way round, we do to a flow, and then when it gets to a junction, we'll go to the turn, go back, and then go where we need to go, so that we're always backtracking. And so the best way we can look at that is that all the metaphors, all the analogies from Native American tribes and weaving and everything, it's because that's the word format of something that's going on in the body energetically. Now, when it's going on in the body energetically, which energetic body it's going on on one of them depends which chakra color it is, because each chakra relates to a frequency, a set of frequencies. So you've got the red frequency, which has got a longer, slower wavelength and is related to the physical. So we would call that the physical, subtle, energetic body. It's not quite manifested into the physical form yet, but it's always manifested into the physical form. Now, if you're going up, you've got the orange and then the yellow. Now, all physical ailments only are manifested into physical form through the lower three chakras. And in the middle chakra, the heart is the one that creates the equilibrium and the balance between the lower chakras, the lower realm, and the upper realm, the upper chakras, which are faster frequency. So we were doing that, and then it's heavy, yeah. And then we started counting the petals towards the end of it, and we tend to go anti-clockwise. So there's lots of different patterns we do with this, and this is working on the eye fascia and the eye exercises, because when one closes their eyes, when we close our eyes, we're taking ourselves into our internal reality, and when we have our eyes open, we're in the external reality. And if we connect that into the body again, from the body language, the internal reality is, okay, we're going to connect it into the body just through the muscle system. The internal reality is the deep muscles. The deep muscles is when you have like a deep tissue muscle massage. The external reality is the biggest organ sense of perception, which is the skin. And that's your superficial muscles. So when we have the superficial muscles, or when we say someone's being superficial, there's all these negative connotation attachments that we have to words. Well, if someone's being superficial, that's not good. But it's about transcending and understanding and getting out of the reality of duality into the reality of polarity, understanding that we need either extremes of the positive and negative, because they're what makes the whole reality wholeness. From us and our understanding again as well, is that the connecting number 2, February, of the day, the 12th, and the year, the 3 and the 6, or the underworld and the upper world, or the roots and the trees and the branches and the trunk. We're talking about the trunk in the body. Now, we've learned a lot of information because there's the alters in us that just watch, and we've been watching a lot of people that don't have any arms or legs, or don't have any legs and just have arms, or don't have any arms and just have legs, or can't use their arms and legs, and they've just got their torso, but they've got a normal shaped head, or an adult shaped head. And this then brings us in, and when we have these weird memories and connections of people we barely knew, but it would be related to their stomach or their sacrum or their collarbone. And so one of our many gifts is we can understand someone and look at someone and tell you whether our body react and will tell you whether their internal and external realities are aligned or authentic, but depending on their teeth shape and whether they're crooked or how they're crooked, or whether there's a gap in them, we can tell you whether their internal reality, how aligned it is. Now, when we were shorter than our father, we had longer legs than him, which means that we've got a small trunk. So our trunk, our organs didn't grow up properly when we've not shared a lot of this information. When we get emotional, we realize that we hit truths. And when we use our voice out loud, especially in situations like this, and more so because it's live, it means there's a lot of energy flowing and we're clearing a lot. So please, if there's whoever's watching this, nurture yourselves and be patient and gentle with yourselves. And if you're here, then from our understanding and our experiences, there will be resonant frequencies going on, and they will be shifting and clearing potentially in your body as well. We're really tremoring, shaking. So our alters mostly hold our body, are the younger alters, and we're growing up our stunted generational consciousness. So what we're doing in growing up our stunted generational consciousness from a body perspective is our organs are growing themselves to their optimum resonant frequency, their optimum size, their optimum functioning of the body, because they never had a chance to do that in our childhood years. And that's what we're doing at the moment, which was really hard, because the more we got authentic and the more we were ourselves and the more things made sense, the more other people couldn't handle it, the more they left, or the more they were unhealthy for us, and our protective alters would come out and cause a situation to make them leave, etc., etc. Our hindsight of that now, to speak at it not from the human form of emotional attachment and pain, but to speak from it from the energetic form, or some might call this the soul perspective, is every experience that we've ever had, no matter what it is, has been for us to gain the understanding and the physical embodiment, experience and knowledge to grow up all these different aspects of cells, of the body parts, of the energetics, to reweave and heal the electromagnetic field, which, if we're in a wholeness already, there's one, and that comes from the heart. But if we're not in wholeness in the one, then we're in the figure of 8, which used to be our birth given name frequency, and we've got our 8 vibration numerology thing already read out on a different channel, which was a pool ball, hence why we did the pool balls. Did billiard balls on the thumbnail on this. Topo, we created our own thumbnail for the first time. It's pretty shit. So there's no Topo, bad language, sorry. No, we're not sorry, not apologise for self. That we're very proud of ourselves because we just created our first thumbnail for the first time and put writing on it and stuff like that, but not our photo and not our face, and it took us ages. But we're shifting, that's good. Okay, thank you, my lovelies. Really hard work keeping track of all this and to stay focused. So we're going to go back to the activists and people who project their pain outwards, but manage to, whether it's subconsciously or consciously, project it out in a direction that's positive to do activism for the environment or for vulnerable people or whatever it is. Now, for us, we see the process for maximum output most Eve that has a real change to really reach those people that activists don't reach. They bring a lot of education, a lot of awareness, and if depending on the way it's done, some of our old friends have been doing some stuff from the community, and they're so creative and they're so artistic, and there'd be like mermaids washed up on a beach because there's all that governmental stuff down in a local village down here, and they'd be all dressed up in blue and sea stuff in a harbour down in St Ives, and like topless but all painted up blue, dressed as mermaids, all caught up in rubbish and fishing nets and everything. So it can be done in a real creative way, which is what it's about to be human from one perspective. It's about to create and be in that moment, because the more we create and the more that we start turning that energetic wheel of the Wheel of Fortune energies and prepare the energetic foundation, because the energetic of the word, the thought, comes first before we go into the physical, which is why the conventional external reality society has got it back to front. And from our perspective, it's not us that's backwards, it's them. It's very embarrassing. And that now this is the paradigm shift of the New World Order that's happening from the people that are being truly authentic and having to go through a lot of pain and isolation and feeling disconnected from people and feeling like there's no one around to support them, because they've had the courage to do self-development, to become self-aware, because we feel that physical pain in our body. And this has been our driving force to give up, take away. We don't give up. We don't do give up. We add things that bring us joy. We had to redefine our understanding of joy. Yes, we've had to redefine our understanding of joy and fun and all kinds of things, haven't we? Which has been very confusing, but we're getting there. So what brings us joy is having a body that doesn't have physical pain. And so dairy products, meat, chocolate, processed, all of that caused major inflammation in our body. And as we're having these higher vibrational frequency rises and energetic shifts, our body, especially because it subluxates and dislocates, can't handle those energy. It's like having riverbanks and the banks are made of sand rather than hard rock. It crumbles and it falls away. But these are the beauty of our gifts. Yes, we've got EDS. Yes, that happens. But the Ehlers-Danlos syndrome has given us this deep, deep internal embodiment understanding of the energy flow in the body. And the fibromyalgia has given us the deep understanding how we have this amazing ability to build new networks, to build new rivers, to build new pathways for that energy to flow, so that it doesn't build up and congest in one area. Because when it builds up and there's too much energy in one area, an excess or an in excess, then you'll get a cancer or other physical ailments. Whereas what's happening with us is it's spreading all around the body, so that there's not one build up in one area. Our POTS, our postural trachea syndrome, has given us the understanding of the pressure in the body. So if you think of a hose pipe and the water going through the hose pipe and you're watering your garden and you want it to spray out and be thinner and go further, you put the hole to make it smaller with the water going through to get more pressure. So all these beautiful gifts, and our autism gives us the understanding of the multidimensionality of the body. So all these beautiful gifts of labels and disorders that society sees as making someone different and separating them, is actually, when we manage to accept them and be grateful for them and understand what they're teaching us, it's teaching us the quantum biomechanics of our body and how our body all functions together. Our processing language disorder and our challenge with words gives, but yet our heart, because our ego got stunted at 4, and it's all about empowerment and play. It's not about greed and power, which is what happens when one becomes an adult and those deep-rooted insecurities take over. And then there's this gameplay of energy, of fighting from someone else, when actually, look, we can get energy from Mother Gaia, we can get energy from the cosmos. We don't need to have this conflict and this fighting with other people or countries or nations to replace that energy. And so all these people that are isolated like ourselves, we feel that we feel deeply, and we feel that pain because we are the major networks or the major nodes of Earth's version between ley lines and grids and energetic centers. When we have it in the body, it's the major network nodes in like the brain, or it's the major network nodes of the chakras, because where your chakras are, you've got multi-tiered layers of fascia, which is really dense. But you actually have chakras at every single joint in your body. And so by doing this internal work and truly getting to understand ourselves, doesn't mean about getting to ourselves to the state of an traditional spiritual enlightenment of perfection or living a pure life. We talk about purifying our body and bringing things in that bring joy to us, because then the rest falls away, rather than focusing on giving up, because it's all about the connotation wording, pro-peace or anti-war. So for us, we just really want a physically pain-free body, and down to the point that we're mainly plant-based, and we don't even eat tomatoes or potatoes. We don't eat any nightshade family apart from blueberries. We don't eat corn, and we don't eat onions or garlic because of the mind stimulation. And this has been a long journey for us because of our bulimia and our eating habits and our binging, because on eating the sweets and the chocolates and the rest of the stuff, it changed our emotional state. And so it's helped us survive, especially with suicide always being around the corner. And so we're ever so proud of ourselves, because we've spent 4 months now through a mega hard time of Christmas and New Year. Of our treats this year were vegan cheese. And like, our treat this year was our cappuccino Oatly milk. We're going to read your messages in a minute, Tritty. And for those to be our treats was like, whoa, because normally that would just be our replacement to the full fat cow's milk or the full fat goat's milk. So it went cow's milk, goat's milk, Oatly milk to like no milk now. And we miss it, yes, but because we've been doing it for so much longer, the missing it doesn't outweigh the fact of that we're getting our body back. Our body is regenerating and it feels amazing. So that now when we have these trauma episodes, which can come in many different levels and tiers, whether it's the emotional body or the mental body or the physical body or all together, that it's not lasting weeks and the pain's not unbearable and it doesn't bring us into that suicidal ideation anymore, and that we can pass through it a lot quicker. And we'll do the sounding, and sometimes the sounds are horrific that comes out, but if we don't do those horrific sounds that come out, which aren't intentional, it's all just flowing, then that frequency vibration, that horrific dissonant frequency, rather than it coming out through the vocal blue chakra energetic body, it will come out through one of the if it was to come out through the yellow or orange, the emotional chakras, then it might come back out in unbearable emotions or unbearable chemical reactions in the body of bloatedness and gas or diarrhea, or in physical pain of aching or sharp pains, depending on the chronic or the acute. So it's not about one having to change their eating habits, but it is, if we have a car and we've got a good car and we decide to spend money on a good car, then that car needs, a certain type of oil. That car needs a certain type of fuel. And the cleaner the fuel, the cleaner the oil, the smoother that car is going to run. And going back to the pathways of the body and the car analogy, is that one of the fundamental elements, I don't know what you call it, that makes up life is silica. So we have diatomaceous earth, and I think we have it on this channel, diatomaceous earth. And there's this guy that did an experiment with hens, and the eggshell of the hen's eggs was really weak, but when the hen was fed silica, the eggshells were strong. So that relates into calcium. So 22, the number of intuition, 2 likes. Thank you for our likes. 2 people. 2 is what this is about. And we're in the year of 2, and it's the balance between the masculine and the feminine. And Mars and Venus are conjunct for a month now. And we see Mars and Venus. Other people have said that Mars and Venus as the divine feminine masculine, but we disagree with that. We see Mars and Venus as the physical masculine and feminine, whether it's the physical body or the physical energetic body, which is unseen still. And we see the moon, high priestess, as the divine feminine. But we made that link then that we see the Hierophant as divine masculine. But when we got confused, because we got our board that we look at and we change. So these are the energy frequencies we're in the moment. And then we have all the days of the week up here. But sun is opposite the moon, and sun's masculine. That's why we got confused, because we thought maybe the sun's divine masculine and not the Hierophant. But the sun and the moon is the divine feminine, because the feminine is the whole and the masculine is the part. And that's why society at the moment is so dysfunctional, because the men killed all the witches and stuff and that good wise feminine energy. And so then it's gone years and years and years, 100 centuries, years and more, like maybe even like 200 years for technology. We don't get into that now. So, Tori. There's a lot of energy. So, okay, that was what you were just talking about then. You were talking about the sun. So, that's interesting. So, the problem with society at the moment that we see is it functions too much on the masculine energy, which functions too much on the part. So, therefore, it doesn't see the interconnectedness of all the parts, whereas the feminine energy focuses on the whole. And so, it's the whole of all the parts. Tomo, which is why you've got the whole of all the parts. But then you have the major center in the middle. Fascinating. Okay, there's loads of information that's come in lately, so it's really hard to just okay, can you just all keep it backwards and just focus on what needs to come out in this moment for this, please? So we talked about the mandala. We just got a Mimi break. Mimi's married for pee. So if you need a pee break or anything, Tom, we don't want pee break. We want read what it says. Beautiful Maui. Yeah, we Mauis. We love the Mauis. And so sound meditation is just go Maui. Maui, 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 Maui. And then that's a cross between Maori and a cat going meow. And backwards, Eom. Eom, Eom. Maui, 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 Maui. Oh, that was unexpected, but we feel a lot more gathered, centered. It's reminding us of what we were going to say earlier when we were talking about going through the energy flow of the green on that mandala. And a lot of these different metaphors, analogies, things that we've linked together. One is sewing. So when one sews, or we do it by hand as well, and we don't know the technical thing, but when one uses a sewing machine and they come to the end of their sewing, what we learned is that one just goes backwards and forwards and backwards and forwards, and that gathers it up so that then it won't fray as much at the end. And we use that same technique when we're doing our different breath work and stuff in the body, or in our sounding, or in our breath. So when we do our sounding, we've worked out that the nasal breath connects us to the surface. And this is the singular now. So in yoga, we learned that we'd learn stuff near the beginning of yoga, and then as it progressed on, we'd have to learn other stuff, and what we had learned we'd have to let go of. And we didn't like that. No, we didn't like that, did we? Because we couldn't understand why someone would teach someone something in the beginning that wasn't accurate and then change it down the line. But we understand now, because we come from a teaching background as well and did our teaching at university. We dropped out of it. We haven't got any qualifications, even though we come from an academic background, because that's another one of our purposes, is to share our story and to get to where we know we are capable of getting to, because we saw our future, many different futures, lots of them ending in wheelchairs and stuff, in our seizures 5 years ago. But it was too much for our brain to handle, not just because of the belief systems and the programming, but we've had a head injury. So with our EDS and our head injury, EDS acts like, so there's faulty healing. So the best way we can describe that is if you have PVA glue, and rather like varnish, you put one layer of varnish on, it dries, another layer of varnish on, it dries, and then you get a real good solid drying area of varnish. Or same with PVA glue, but if you end up globuling a thing of PVA glue, then it dries on the outer layer, but the inner's like all wet and soggy. And so we saw that as acting as a kind of like a blood clot or a tumor. So when one has a stroke, it deactivates certain part of the brain, and they have to sometimes relearn stuff, like relearn how to talk or how to walk or how to do certain things, or they can start talking in a different language because of the pressure it's putting on the brain. Now, we also tend to give people their first experience. So in talking at it from this thing, the lady that we used to go to for our CKT, chiropractics, kinesiology, and cranial sacral therapy, we gave her first experience of feeling energy as physical matter. So she felt 2 inches out from our head scar, she felt a golf ball size of energy, which she had to manipulate. And we see that used to be our anchor point to hold this superficial, but not superficial as in the lying or being deceitful, superficial as a keeping our external body firm and rigid, to be able to not project our deep inner traumas and pain outwards onto other people, but yet still be this amazing person to channel and make other people feel okay. But it was at the detriment to ourselves of projecting our pain inwards and causing all this chaos and havoc of this strong energy that we have on our internal body that was already misaligned because it hadn't grown up properly, because of the organs not growing up properly. So it's a bit like cowboys coming and doing cowboy wiring on a house, cowboy plumbing on a house, wiring being the nervous system and the electrical magnetic energy, plumbing being the electrical chemical energy and the circuitry system. And more, we're keeping it simple, but that's just the words we have for it at the moment. We're still learning and growing all the time. So if we aren't impeccable with our word, or we say something, it's always about the other person being discerning and taking what resonates with them and doing their own research, and finding their own truth. Hence why we want to share our story, but we get nervous in sharing our story because we know that we're not accurate with our words sometimes. And we can say things like can't instead of can, which completely flips the understanding of whatever we're saying. And then it could be like the brickwork of the housing, which is like the bones of the housing, bones of the body. So if that's not grown itself up properly and it's got a cowboy job on it anyway, and plus the musculoskeletal system, the muscular body gets tired when you get to a certain age, hence why there's the degeneration process with aging, which is what society and the masculine dominant energies has wanted us to believe. But along with that expansion and that contraction, the degeneration, we can have regeneration. And that's where it comes into belief systems, which if you want to do your own research on that, epigenetics. Epi is above genes. It's about not being the victim of our genetic makeup, our genetic blueprint, and understanding that if we fuel our body in an aligned, harmonic, symbiotic way, then we can regenerate our body and not be a victim to degeneration. And it's working for us. We're starting to see it. And topai, tomomo. I'm a bit archaic for ages. Yeah, and if we do end up doing what the younger ones say, then we're going to be growing our own teeth at the end of it, because one can put stem cells in to grow teeth now rather than having teeth implants. So we see that once we've regenerated the fundamentals and the foundational aspects of our body enough, there'll be enough energy then in reserve to grow our own teeth. We come from, as I said, an academic background, a teaching background, scientific teaching, and we're mathematical. And so one of the things right at the start, because of our memory and because of having arguments with our brother, it would already be like, well, prove it, give us an example. And it's like, we don't function like that. We can't prove something by giving an example, because what we used to say is our memory doesn't function properly. But then people use that against you in arguments or whatever, especially if our internal energy is victim. And we had someone say to us once that they didn't think they were a bully. They thought their sister and their mum were a bully, but they realised that when we were having this discussion that we were stepping up and walking backwards and they were walking towards us. And from body language understanding, that is dominant bully body language. So everything that we learn about ourselves is what other people have said about us, which we dissect and then take what resonates and we understand and then put the rest behind. But it's taken us years. So we were thinking that we had to record everything or we had to do this to try and be able to prove. And it's like, well, how are we going to prove this? Like, people don't believe us anyway. People think we're making stuff up anyway. And then it came to us that we don't need to prove it, because we used to be when we were younger, we used to be a size 9 in the shoe, but then we shrunk to a size 7 when we lost loads of weight and started doing loads of exercise. And in losing that weight and doing exercise, the exercise would have contracted the muscles in and the nervous system. And so we never would have reached our optimal height. So we used to be 5'10" through this whole degeneration process, but not from getting old, through our physical and mental and emotional ailments and labels, we've shrunk to 5'8". Now, along with growing our teeth back, our younger ones also think that we're going to end up being about 6 foot. Now, if we've got the evidence written down in doctor format or forms that we were 5'10" and then we've been 5'8" and then we're 6 foot, 4 inches isn't really a human error of discretion. We also think the collarbone, when we look at people's bodies, we've been not just watching videos on the torso and people with or without legs and rah-de-rah, and born differently with different head shapes, to understand that. So we don't function in the words and the rest of it very well, but we function in the patterns and the frequencies. And so if you take the patterns and the pictures of the fascia and the fascia trains in the body, which is the physical representation of the meridians and the nadis, or the ley lines, depending if you're doing like Thai, Chinese or Indian philosophy terminology, to the energetic body of that torus, the donut-shaped energetic flow, which is the toroidal flow of energy, which you've got going in and coming out. But you have the one torus if someone is already whole, which means their physical body's aligned, their chemical body's aligned, their heart body's aligned, their mental body's aligned. But each of those individual aligned bodies and parts are all aligned into the whole to be able to create an optimum flowing, balanced torriedal flow in the one. But a lot of people aren't like that in current society, especially the younger generation, because if one looks into epigenetics, when one starts choosing to fuel the human vessel in an optimum way that creates harmony rather than causing dissonance, then it goes down 3 generations. You're affecting your kids, you're affecting your grandkids, you're affecting your great grandkids. I mean, how powerful and how beautiful is that? So kids tend to grow up into being adults that are either very similar to their parents' thinking or very opposite to their parents' thinking, because a kid is when the subconscious programming takes place. So it's when the adult subconscious is programmed as a kid. So we are in our subconscious and our superconscious states, being an adult, experiencing this because we have to, because we're reprogramming our subconscious. But if we were in linear format of being a kid, kids see and perceive the world in this, what an adult would call subconscious energetic frequencies, and they mirror their parents. So parents that aren't able to handle their kids or say their kids are doing this or that, actually kids are the best mirror for us to be able to go, well, I've got no idea what I need. We're in denial. I've got no idea what I need to change or where I need to do some dancing or some self-development work. But whatever triggers us on the external in a resonant way, resonant being harmonic or dissonant, but we live in a general conceptualization where things is harmonically resonant. We're backwards. We've grown up where we basically have to be in uncomfortable situations. So we're the opposite. Most people need to start learning to put themselves in uncomfortable situations. We need to learn to be able to embrace the comfortable, healthy, loving situations, because we get triggered by both. So we sidetracked again. So going into that subconscious state, we're talking about the collective unconscious, which is what Jung calls it in psychology. So this is now bringing back into the activism of where you can have that quick fix, that positive focused direction of that internal anger outwards, creating perceived good, if we're talking from duality, reality, language. But people out there that can't do that stuff because we're struggling with life, we're struggling with adult responsibilities, we're struggling with our health, aren't being reached. Whereas everyone basically reacts to the energetics. We're reacting to the earthly, lower realm energetics of nature and Mother Earth, which is also ourself. And we function on cycles, moon cycles, planet cycles, seasons. And we're also reacting to the cosmos energies, of which they're really strong at the moment in February. Hence also why we need to do this, because it's our birthday on Tuesday and one is at their lowest of energy coming up to just before their birthday. And we actually think on their birthday until they've actually been born again. And hence why people throw parties, because when someone throws a party or people get given gifts, they're receiving a value of energy through the form of time, or the value of a gift or a card, or having something being made, or people coming in. And so therefore, like a battery in the car, it's getting depleted until it gets full up again, which is on that linear point of the time of being born, but everything that's before that is real low, depleted. But they come in and they feed the battery some extra energy, some extra top up. And we noticed that doing lives to just doing videos, because we're getting behind on our daily poetry because we've been putting ourselves first, even though we've got it all prepared. I feel we've been needing an energy top up, so hence why we go into the live. And it's irrelevant of anyone coming or not, although we're so grateful that there's 2 people here, and we're so much more comfortable with 2 people being here. Before, it'd just be like 1:15:15. It would be, we wouldn't want anyone, and if lots of people came in, it would be too much, because you see how we get with the energy. So if everyone, so they're reacting to the earth energies, the cosmos energies, and the collective unconscious energies. So what we've learned in ourselves is that all those energies that come in, we will resonate with those energies in a harmonic or a dissonant way, but we're only resonating with them because we have those frequencies in our human vessel that if we didn't, we would be indifferent. We wouldn't be resonating in a harmonic or a dissonant way. We would just be indifferent. So this is like being positive, negatives, like the Dr. Emoto and the crystals in water, where he says positive words to some water crystals, negative to another, and he ignores some. Now, actually, the worst is the ones that ignored. Or he did the rice experiment. So the rice that was ignored got the baddest and the most moldy, and the rice that had positive connotation didn't go moldy at all. So in saying that this isn't our stuff, we're reacting to the collective unconscious, is us being in denial of stuff in ourselves, because it doesn't, for our understanding of our body, from our experiences and our understanding of sound and resonant frequencies, there would just be indifference. One wouldn't respond or react. Respond comes in. React is a subconscious reaction. Response is where the energy comes in. There's a self-awareness and an emotional intelligence where one can process and choose to respond. Or not. So when one is responding, it's passed through the processing of the conscious awareness. The reaction is a subconscious reaction. I still don't think it's that simple though, because we are in our subconscious a lot and we respond from our subconscious, but yet the subconscious is a reaction. So we still have got a lot of dancing to do with the integrity of our wording. But when we have the courage to delve inwards and consciously choose to alchemize and transform those dissonant reactive frequencies in our body that are reacting either from the collective unconscious energies or the cosmos or the earthly energies, then we are having a bigger impact on Mother Nature, on humanity. That is the true lifestyle change takes time. It's the longer process than the immediate people that are doing the activism, because the immediate people that are doing the activism are just on the surface level. The people that are going into the collective unconscious, they're going into their central nervous system, are tapping into the collective unconscious, and therefore in changing themselves, they are having dynamics of changing the collective unconscious, so therefore are reaching all of humanity, because we are changing the collective unconscious energies, which are changing, because we can't change someone else. The only person we can change is ourselves, but we can change the collective unconscious energies that the other is reacting to. And so therefore we're having an effect on others, changing others from a pure heart-driven, valued, vibrational, without confusion of words, process. So one of our big programmings was to cut words out of the equation and to put never to protect ourselves, because the word protect comes from our understanding, comes from a place of fear, because one doesn't need to protect themselves unless there's some kind of fear there. But with sound, higher vibrational frequencies discombobulate lower vibrational frequencies. And we don't like that terminology either, because we then interpret that there's a lower vibrational frequencies are, from language of reality, duality, bad, and the other ones are good. Whereas it all's to do with octaves. So you can have octave, octave, octave. Now, if you go really deep, that's a lower tone of voice and a lower octave. Oh, you go really high, that's up here. You have dissonance and resonance in that. So it's not about being lower or higher, it's about being dissonant or resonant. But there's a few of us talking at once, and we don't seem to be able to connect what we're talking about between low and higher and dissonant and harmonic with whatever it is we're talking about. They're on 3 different planes. So I hope it makes sense to you guys watching. Lily, I don't blame you if you're struggling with this so much. We're struggling with this a lot. What I'm attempting to say is you are getting more from us and the electromagnetic energy that we're putting from our heart, the hours of dancing with our internal body through the live stream into the connecting energetic web of the electromagnetic energy. So our intention is to provide information from a heart value based center through the electromagnetic world that would then go into your electromagnetic field and then provide you with the internal and external experiences through the senses of perception. So taste, sound, smell, sight, if you're on the 5 physical senses. But then you've got the 6th multi-energetic sense, which is like your 8 psychic senses: claircognizance, clairvoyance. It's like internal sight, internal sound. Now we're deaf, blind and dumb inside, which has made it really hard to understand stuff, but at the same time it's the gift that we don't get distracted with our subconscious visions of making things seem like stuff is external of us, because nothing's external of us. Everything external of us that we perceive is just a projection of our internal reality. Hence when people talk about illusions. So in what we're saying now, it's less about the words, more about the energy and the frequencies and the electromagnetic energy, so that in time you'll have your own internal and external experiences that will create scenarios and situations that will make all of this make sense. But it's in terminology and experiences that make sense to you in whichever moment whichever body is meant to experience it. Does that make sense? We're just going to go and read some of this stuff. Where's the Maori thing? That's the thing that we remember, because that set off on the sound meditation, didn't you? There, beautiful Maori. Hanum. Did you join in with sound meditations? The sound meditation, or the sound healing and subtle shaking, is what the major tools we use for clearing the dissonant frequencies in the body. Yes, let's read. We're going to read that in a minute. Oh, we're going to read Elbow first, aren't we, on that book? And then we're going to read number 2. So lovely. Thank you for sharing with us. Oh, thank you, Tritty. We're good to top pod. This is why we don't read the comments so much, because we get really emotional. Thank you. It's okay, sweetheart. Authentic self. Beautiful lady, Tritty. It's so good to have you here, Twitty. Our little ones that are unconfident build up so many little scenarios that we always place stuff on ourselves and then think, oh, and it always turns out to be inaccurate, which we know they don't, but other ones of us do. And it's nice. It's not nice. That's a really inadequate word. It's a relief. It's beautiful to constantly be courageous. Bless our little ones to keep being courageous and keep putting themselves in situations that have been ever so traumatic and triggering before, to have a different outcome, because we've been waiting half a decade for this. You understand us so well. Speaking with love. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the purple hearts, Lily. Have we communicated before, Lily? Were you in Rob's community? Or are you? Not a word, that's past tense. We asked for painless journey. Oh, thank you, Sweetie. It is getting a lot less physically painful. It's just, and we foresee a future of no pain, and we foresee a future of a body that's just able to do so much, which we've never had before. We can see it changing already. Hooray, 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 hip, hooray! Silica, diatoms, diatomaceous. Yeah, amazing. It's like old fossils. It helps you break down proteins. It cleans out your digestive systems, because they're tiny little hooks. It cleans out all the mucus. We even learned the other day, we didn't learn, so we have these, I don't know what you call it. So we observe and observe and observe. So we've got our kombucha in our bedroom, and you've got the SCOBY on the top of the kombucha, and the top of the kombucha skin gets quite hard and rough sometimes. And it can change its texture and visuals. And when we were doing a brave phone call to the local food people that deliver our food, bless him, it was Christmas time, our Christmas order hadn't worked, and he said something to do with the number 2, and it triggered us. We had a trauma attack, and then went on for about half an hour. But in that, because these are the best times for us to learn about ourselves with what we say and what comes out, we said that we just learned that our skin is like one big SCOBY off the top of kombucha. Hence why we are mainly a bacterial body, because there's at least 10 times bacteria to cells. And if you've got 10 trillion cells, that means you've got at least 100 trillion bacteria. So it's the healthy bacterial communities of the body, the gut biome, the nose biome, the respiratory biome, the skin biome, that makes up the cellular communities. And yeah, we just thought that was amazing, because also the SCOBY used to make us dry retch with the texture and all our sensitivities with the autism, but we've been taking the old ones out and cutting them up to put in our compost, and it's very similar to parts of meat like the gristle and the fatty stuff. But even just talking about it now, it makes us want to dry retch. I struggle with meat a lot. Even when we used to eat it, we'd struggle with the smell or struggle with touching it. But the SCOBY we're fine with. So although it's still kind of like that gristly texture, it's a texture that's easy to cut, it's easy to break down. It's not like, which is the way we see humanity evolving, that it's not about everyone becoming vegan, because some people aren't ready to be a vegan yet. But the more that we listen to our body, the more that we raise our vibration, the more we then will just naturally crave plant-based products, which then creates a healthy symbiotic relationship with everything in the body, but also a healthy symbiotic relationship with Mother Earth. Because just like the bacteria, and having a really healthy, diverse, happy gut biome bacteria in our body, we, humanity, are the really healthy, diverse, along with not healthy gut biome of Mother Earth. Hence the importance of having opposing and differing belief systems, but we have a resonant heart value based system. And the shift now is about getting out of the mind, getting out of the part, into the whole. Yeah, if that makes sense. Perfect sounds. We're so grateful for your strength and courage. Takes one to know one. Yes, that makes so much sense. Thank you for that, Benoni. Thanks, Lily. How wonderful your explanations are, easily followed. I reckon you're a bit backwards like us, Twitty. Not many people can follow us. But mind you, I think that's an old belief system that's changing. We feel you so much. So beautiful. Happy birthday. Oh, thank you. 42, 6. We're going to be resonant with the year. Understood. Oh, thank you. And the rainbow bridge, that's what we call it. We call it the rainbow electromagnetic spirals. Yes, balance of integrity. It works. I'm struggling with this so much. I feel like I can only feel peace at night. Oh, you weren't talking. We jumped to an assumption and gave a whole blurb of explanation because we misinterpreted that before, whichever one of us was reading it. We thought you were struggling with what we were saying so much, but we feel that you're struggling with the energies. You feel like you can only feel peace at night when people are asleep. That really makes sense. We're okay. That because we've done a lot of night work, stacking shelves, a lot of night work in bars. And yeah, we'll go where we can't sleep at night at all. We've barely, this is probably why we're doing this actually, because we've been about 3 or 4 nights now where we've barely had any sleep. We've ended up having a few hours in the morning, but we listen to audiobooks and stuff now. If you're taking us back to before the psych ward and just after the seizures, the stuff that used to go on then was fascinating to watch. We were really young. We'd suddenly come out and start being like some kind of, not that we'd call it witch, but we'd just suddenly come out and start making potions in the kitchen, where we'd be cutting open tea bags and all kinds of things, putting them in this jar and then putting them in the bath and having a bath in it. We'd get our secret language of our body book and start reading it backwards. Another one is that we scan stuff really quickly backwards or really quickly forwards, where we're just scanning it, we're not actually reading the words. Yeah, it's nuts. Yeah, that makes sense. It works. Yes, that makes a lot of sense. Yes, I did join. Oh, good. I hope you felt calm, Titty, like we did afterwards. You have little ones too. As in alternate personalities, Twitty, aspects of your littles coming out that take over the body so that you perceive and experience the world through ages of a child. Lily, yes, we have. We've interacted while watching Rob's readings. Oh, did you change your picture? because we normally function on pictures a lot. We don't recognise your picture. We can't see you very well, but have you got red hair, or is it the red background and brown brunette hair? You look very pretty. Well, that's good. I'm glad we've interacted. Apologies that we don't remember you, but we did just say about our memory being shit. Fascinating. I do that too. I'm always fascinated by your explanations and just all that knowledge. Oh, we're going to read Elbow. Oh, that's really heavy. We're in our younger ones, mostly at the bottom. We told more than that. Yes, the end of a cycle is a P, a Mimi. We're going to go for a P, but we're going to read Elbow first. So this is it. We have the secret language of your body, but we've also got this metaphysical anatomy. We've got so many amazing books. We don't read them from front to back. Just having a book in our presence gives us the energy of that book. And then if we read them, it takes us to a different energy of that book. But we do a lot of like automatic reading or meditation. So it'll be like, one of our videos was an experiment where we got these 11 books and just read page 3 and page 44 of all these books, and they just connected in amazingly. So we do like weird things like that. So if we look, we've got right breast there. We don't know how to use this book, do we? But that's okay. Ribs. Okay, ribs is a body part. We want an elbow. Is an elbow a body part like ribs, or is it? I don't know. Oh, look at that. Multiple personality disorder. See addictions, alcoholism, Alzheimer's, dementia, depression, Huntington's disease, and sexual abuse. That's interesting that all of that's linked to that, especially Huntington's disease. I've heard of that because someone's dad had that. You emotions. Is this too deep now? We've just found this really. Oh, we've got the page turned over. We've read this before. See, this also happens a lot. There's a lot of stuff that we've read before we don't remember. Emotions. Experience. We're going to say it into the we context. So when we do that, it brings us into all of us. And then if there is anything that's resonant with us, probably dissonant, because we're so present, whereas it used to be present is what we aim for, but our present involves being past present and future present. But we noticed that we changed that around on our video description and words to actually being present past and present future, which for us means that rather than the gap between it all, present being the center of equilibrium, the pivot point, rather than like just out here, we're getting closer into this more of a subtle, mild oscillation, which is what we dance towards because we don't want those extremities of emotions and reactions. So we experienced a trauma. Yeah, you too. We experienced a trauma that made part of our personality stuck in time. That's why I wanted to read it. There's a lot coming up about time at the moment, because we sent a book that we've had for 3-4 years to our landlord. I think we're the best tenant. We just upped our rent. We upped our rent £25 a month as well, and sent him this book, which we got for like 4 years ago or something, and said that we'd email him. But we've been building up the courage. But we just came into a birthday card, not a birthday card. We thought it was a birthday card and some incense, but it's really this. Reminds us of our Takoda from our landlord, thanking us for the book, how it put a smile on his face, and thanking us for increasing the rent. He was going to have to ask us soon. And he said, are we psychic? And we feel we are, but not in the conventional understanding. And we don't quite, all of us don't quite, because we're not quite blind yet, don't quite understand all the different languages that it speaks in. Some of us speak in the numbers, some speak in the colours, some speak in the patterns. We've got to understand this more from observing ourselves do a jigsaw puzzle the other day, which we used to start by organising the colours first. But now we can't do that. That confuses us. And the altars that are out now organise it with the pattern, the shape of the jigsaw piece. So that was interesting. But we see the subconscious as the past. So it's the past data information. We already said this. I know we were talking in the mirror about this earlier to each other. It's the past data information, memory, stored in the physical body, the connective tissue, the fascia. And where it's stored depends on the frequency. So for instance, lifting your armpits up vertical releases depression, opening up your groin opens up the emotions. Your shield, your physical back's like up here. So the past is what's already happened and been in a linear format context. And that's what's in the body, and that's the subconscious. But the superconscious is the future, which is the unseen energetics, the word, the imagination, because everything is the imagination. And it's all to do with one's ability to have an infinite imagination, to believe anything is impossible, but yet at the same time, not to overwhelm and overload the circuitry of the body, to rein it in and have those boundaries when needs be. At least that's what we're attempting to do and learn on ourselves at the moment. And so therefore, being psychic for us is, yes, we are psychic because that's how we perceive it. There is only time only exists in this 3D physical dimension for humans to all have this a collective agreement on the external reality to be able to interact and function together. And for us to change that collective agreement, reality, objective, collective agreement on the external reality to a state of heaven on earth consciousness, we need to change our actual vibrational frequency of the body. So it's not necessarily about being all good in the words or all good or whatever. It's just about being self-aware, being honest, always doing the best that one can do, understanding that whether one's sick or tired, it's always going to be different. But the more that the superconscious and the subconscious and the conscious mind come together, that then creates an accurate interpretation of the information coming in through the upper realms of the cosmic energies, the lower realms of the earth energies, the trunk central connecting realms of the collective unconscious, to bring in a complete understanding of all those different energy dynamics that comes from an understanding of one's deeper inner self. But to get to a pure understanding of one's deeper inner self, we need to go into the body more. And to do that, we need to go through all the feels of all those past experiences and traumas, which is a very challenging journey. And when we live on a collective distraction, suppress and repress generational culture thing, especially in England, you don't just have your own lifetime traumas or any past life traumas, or if we're not speaking in time context, parallel universe or alternate realities all living out in the one moment. You have the trauma from that land, you have the trauma from the collective consciousness, you have the trauma from your family lineage. So yeah, it gets intense. You feel the energies combining as you speak. Oh, we're so grateful you say stuff like that, because we don't. But in reading that you do, that means that must be going on for us. And I know stuff is going on. We just had, but you don't pay to talk. Can we talk for you? Our little ones wanted to share then that we've been in. Just careful of the candle, beautiful Zendaya. There you go. Come up, say hello. Look, we put this out of the way. Look. No, okay. We didn't mean for you not to come up. We just meant for you to not, just to be careful. Look, there's plenty of room for you up here. No, in your own time. We've been in communication with someone who liked what we had said about some numerology, and then asked us what our understanding was of the number 14, the number 41, and the number 44. So we talked about Bruce Lipton and epigenetics earlier. Now, that relates, then we related that to the gut biome and the environment in the gut biome, the internal environment of the body. You go, come up, like plenty of room. Go on, come on. And then you've got the external environment. So the number of environment in our numerology cards is number 44. And 4 is perseverance, foundation, structure, and you need a lot of perseverance to create a conscious, aware, foundational structure. They don't want to see your ass in your internal body, because that takes, to get that in your internal body, we need to be aware of and apply the knowledge and the aware of fueling our body with the right stuff, whichever one of us talking now, I think we are. I think we're making connections, but I find it really hard to use all the words that we used before. It takes moderation to apply that knowledge and that information, which takes self-discipline. 14 being moderation, 41 being self-discipline. This is our Zendaya. Oh, we're so grateful for Zendaya. You're amazing, aren't you? You don't normally come up here like this. So energies are doing really well. You've got enough room there. That's green tea. Well done. Well done, beautiful boy. We love you. We learn a lot about ourselves, like we said, through other people, but not having the other people around, which was better for us because we've got such complex energies to navigate. We couldn't have other people's energies around because it was too confusing, is Zendaya. So it all starts with an itch. When there's an energy build up somewhere, it starts with an itch. And then it can turn into skin. If it's on the surface, it then can turn into skin rashes or spots or something. So with Zendaya, where we have our sacrum issues and our lower back issues, he's been a great mirror to us of where we need to do certain things in our body and our breath work and our restorative yoga postures and having our legs up a lot so our legs don't swell and stuff, because he'll lick and lick because there's an irritation of energy. Because we're always like, well, how do cats know how to clean? How do cats know how do they see? How do they experience the world? Or do they experience? I think they mostly experience through smell. So when he's licking somewhere intently, there's an over energy buildup. He'll start getting a bold patch. Then we know that we need to do some hands-on healing or energy to start shifting the energy in that area, because we don't want him to cause pain through energy that's going on in us, because we know it's not our fault, but we are still clearing a bit of guilt from our Dakota dying, who we used to live with in our van. And he was black, and black absorbs energy. And because we didn't know about our DID and everything then, we feel that we were partly responsible for that because of our ignorance, because of our denials. But as I'm saying that, oh, look, we used I feel that if we were ignorant and we were in denial, we weren't aware. So is one responsible for something if they're not aware? It's only when one becomes aware of something and then chooses to continue being in denial and suppress it or repress it with food or drugs or sex or TV or distractions or whatever, and then it continues on. So once one has been made aware of something, then the responsibility really comes into play. So there's obviously a lot of stuff going on like that for us. 44, so yeah, 44 is environment, and then 14 and 41 moderation and self-discipline, of which we're 41 now. And it's also 14 is the temperance card in the tarot, so that's all about the alchemization and the balancing between the male and female energies, between the electromagnetic and the electrochemical, between the internal and the external, between the top and the bottom, between the head and the heart. And when there's so many different dimensions or planes to navigate that oscillation on, there's a lot of pull and forth, back to and froing. And so that takes a lot of patience. Patience is also another number for another word, I think, for the temperance. But we're in the year of a triple dose of 2, which is patience in our numerology cards, which brings which is choices, which brings balance. So knowing that we have free will and that we can make any choice at any time, there's no right or wrong, because that's the duality reality. There will just be whatever choice we do make, we'll just have different experiences and different lessons to learn, and some may take longer. But in not giving our power away and being self-accountable and self-responsible and taking self-management of our own health, we are then making a conscious choice, or maybe it is a subconscious reactive choice, but it's still a choice, rather than putting our power in someone else's hands to make a choice. And so therefore we're taking our power back, and we're getting into quantum entanglement and string theory and all those kind of things then, because it's the integration of the physical manifest of the body, getting the physical posture of the body aligned, getting the teeth all aligned and straight. Hence why we watch Cindy heaps, because of all her teeth stuff. We're whichever altars are related to the teeth are always watching her and learning stuff about the teeth. And I think she said she had another 6 months, but she said that before. But we know that when she gets her teeth space thingy off, that we're going to have our deep internal energetics related to our teeth, which is all to do with the beautiful Celtic knot of the intestines fully aligned. But then we just need to be patient to get our teeth aligned and straight. And I think we'll have this tooth back here will come out then, which we've already got one out there. Sorry, Zen. Oh, that's so symbolic. Ben just went to jump up on the chair, but it just had our complete 5 dolphins. You've got number 5 coming up there, heaps. 5 dolphins, all independent and play, but under the ocean is consciousness. Water's the subconscious, but they're near the surface. And it took us ages, and we just completed that jigsaw. And we've actually got some of that sticky book wrap stuff arrived today to cover it up so we can hang it up. And he just jumped on that, and it was on a piece of cardboard, and so it's just fallen on the floor. So if we're always understanding stuff about ourselves from our external environment, that is literally just outside our 3 foot of our physical aura. And it's all about the pattern and the symbology and the numbers. And it was complete, but it's just separated and fragmented again. Takoda, Takoda, but similar. It's a meta, when you mix up the words to get different words. Tomana. That's okay. So what did you all just say? So we're talking about, so you were just saying, as you said, you could feel yourselves energies combining as you speak, which meant it was happening for us. But then when it happens like that, you got to have if one bits are combining, other bits have to pull apart. And when it can't completely happen in the body, we make stuff happen in the body, like we were explaining to Lily earlier, because we got confused with what she said. And it just happened over there. So we're having fragmentation and separation happen just outside our subtle physical body energetic system, which will take however much time in linear format. Famous tap, if you have trouble sleeping, this is good. Yeah, tapana. So there's been combining of energies, but there's also just been fragmentation of energies on our end because of the polarity of the energetics. Oh my God, it's so fascinating. And in the massive time of the energetics of conjunction of Mars and Venus, the feminine energies of the physical body, physical subtle energetic body of the masculine and feminine, which we correlate and entwine to be the integration of the masculine and the physical, masculine and feminine energies, which will happen then in the first part of the physical body of the highest frequency, which is the nervous system of the most important number 10, which is the number of the Wheel of Fortune, which is very symbolic for us at the moment because we've got to on Marianne MN Tarot. Marianne, she's doing 22 days of that, and we haven't done that with her yet. But we like having to do our description of the Hierophant and the Lovers together, doing the Lovers first, because the Lovers was about the balance and the integration and the heart, before doing number 5, because number 5 was very triggersome for us because it brings us into the Catholic Church and the priesthood energies, which brings us into our sexual abuse of our father and that lineage. So we had to do them together so that the purest form of the energy could come out, so we could stay in positive connotation wording, but also because the 5 and the 6 made up the 11 vibration, which is what this is about, because the 11 vibration is what we call our new name, because the 11 vibration is the 1 and the 1, the 2 masculines, which creates the aligned Sushumna, which is the Indian Hindu philosophy for the central nervous system channel down the spine, because our spine's healing itself, therefore all our spinal cord nerves are healing. spinal cord nerves are healing itself. So therefore, we're having micro doses of Kundalini rising and happening so that it doesn't cause too much overwhelm in the energetics to fuse our systems, so that we can keep the temperance alchemist energies of balance, Mary the Jewess. But that breaks down to the number 2 frequency, which is the balance of the feminine, the curved, and the masculine, the lines, of which we've got a triple dose of at the moment, which also brings to the 6. But because we're in the 11, we haven't commented on the 10 fortune wheel, because 11 is the justice, and all of them are number 1 vibrations. So we've been dancing a lot with the portal numbers, and we set our alarms for the number portals because we're in the 2-2 portal. But the 2-2 portal also brings in the vibrational frequencies of 14, because if we work on a 24-hour clock, 2 o'clock is 14. So then we have the 2-2 portal being 1402, and then the yellow alarm goes off at 1414. So you've got that 14 vibration comes in, which means you're bringing in the number 5, just like you're saying 5 to 4 to 5 to 4, etc. And the degree aspects of these planet conjunctions are 27 and 15. So therefore 2 and 7 and 9 are really important, and 1 and 5 and 6 are really important for the number vibration frequencies, because we do our own interpretation and dancing with the numbers and the astrological charts and the tarot. It doesn't quite conform the traditional systems that people use, which took us a long time. So yeah, we're normally would go, oh, our jigsaw's just got broken again, but we're really excited our jigsaw's got broken again, because it means there's been some where our energetics didn't form properly, and we've had stuff to rip stuff apart, and then it's kind of done a cowboy job of stitching and sewing it together in our energetic field. We've just had some of that cowboy job be ripped apart in our energetic field, which means we're going to have that happen within us too. Dakota Twitty, this is resonating so much. Life path 4 and turning 44 next month. Oh, happy birthday for next month, Lily. Does that mean you're a Pisces, or are you an Aries? Because we recently have just we're in the process of shifting between understanding our energies from the conventional Western astrology chart, which we started on the unequal system, but then because we were attempting to simplify things, we went into the equal system, and that's where we've got an Aquarius Moon and Aquarius Sun. But we're just starting to go into the sidereal Vedic astrology, and then we've got and most people's sun sign changes when they go into the Vedic astrology, but ours doesn't. Our sun sign stays with Aquarius, but our moon sign changes to a Capricorn, which we thought was fascinating, because to have an Aquarius sun and an Aquarius moon, the internal and the external, it was really like, bruh. But if we then are going to stabilize from the air to the earth, a more physical, grounded, stabilized moon, internal emotional system, that's just what we want. So we thought that was amazing. And our heart goes from Venus to Pisces. No, or does it go? No, I think our heart goes from Venus to Taurus. Not Venus to Taurus. Our Venus is Aries currently, and our heart is Venus. But in the Vedic system, it goes from an Aries to Taurus. So rather than having such a fire, inspirational, cardinal energetics of our heart, which is never quite good at completing things, it's gone to a Taurus, which is therefore again solidifying and grounding into the physical reality, that sense of heart value, bowel system, knowing, oh my God, we haven't said this out loud in words like this before. It's so great to hear ourselves say that. And our Taurus, our Chiron is Taurus, our wounded child, which is Taurus, which is very stubborn and rigid, goes into Pisces, which is mutable, which means that our wounded child, our spiritual warrior, is going from a stubborn, grounded, whatever, into more of a mutable, flowing, whatever it needs to be in the moment for the highest good of us, humanity, and Mother Gaia. Oh my God, it's fascinating. Cindy, Awakened to Spirit. Yeah, she's amazing, isn't she? Dakota, understood, beautiful. Thank you. You are Pisces, love it. We've got a Pisces mind. We have Aquarius Moon also. Yeah, you do, don't you, Titty? Progress Moon in Taurus now. So when you say progress moon, is that like what we were saying about changing from the traditional Western astrology into the sidereal Vedic, but not into the Vedic? For you, it's just a more, I don't know, a similar process. Anyway, we're just going to finish reading this, then we're going to go to toilet, and then we're going to read the Numerology of Two. So we got to, we experienced a trauma that made part of our personality stuck in time. This personality or characteristic supported us, enabling us to survive trauma. This is often physical, sexual, or severe mental abuse. We seem to revert back to a personality that served us whenever we were stressed and in need of comfort. We have associated this state of mind as a refuge during childhood. This personality or personalities provided support and safety. Our body, mind, and gut instinct memorized and associated this action and personality as a survival mechanism. Yeah, and that's what we've known. We've known that the personalities have come from the guts, because the guts create our emotions. A prolonged emotion creates a mood. A prolonged mood creates a characteristic. And if you're, like we were saying about how our body subluxates and dislocates, that means that our intestines aren't aligned in the beautiful aligned Celtic knot that is meant to be, because the gut is the Adam's apple, is the micro contraction of this Celtic knot. So therefore, that's where the throat issues and the Taurus of the intestines. So therefore, the intestines, this is like leaky gut syndrome, rip apart in certain areas. And as it rips apart in certain areas, that area is related to a different part of the body. And so therefore, it separates the body. So the body can't function as a whole. So therefore, one's motor mechanics, hand-eye coordination, everything doesn't focus, because there's different personalities separated off on its own, and that functions like part of that sensory system of the body. Are you an Aquarius and a so Lily, that makes sense. Well, we're very resonant, and with you, Twitty, and why you've both come on to this today, because if in Vedic you're Aquarius, whereas for us Western and Vedic we're Aquarius, that means we're at the end of Aquarius and Western, and in in Vedic, we're at the beginning of Aquarius. So we're within those spectrum energies. Which, do you have ankle issues or calf issues? Because Aquarius rules the ankles and the calves, Pisces is the feet. But because Pisces rules the feet, but we've got a Pisces mind in the Western, that means our head and our feet, our root chakra, our earth star and our soul star. Yeah, we haven't got the words for it, but the energy's there. Lily, I've never checked my video. Oh, Twitty, I think you'd find it interesting, Twitty. We do it on AstroSeek. You can just type in sidereal and it'll print off a chart for you on the sidereal. And it's really interesting. So on the bottom of ours, we've done a list of the signs that are exactly the same house and exactly the same sign. We've done a list of exactly the same house, a list of exactly the same sign, and a list of completely different. And then we've done another list of the degrees and the numbers to see how it changes, because we work better with numbers. So yeah, that makes sense about the different personalities and the intestines. Your body, mind, and gut instinct memorize and associate this action and personality as a survival mechanism. Different traumas may have occurred, resulting in different personalities. Circumstances, smells, sounds, objects, or people may trigger old traumas, making the personality surface. So I find it interesting, because we all read stuff not knowing we've read it, because it'll be different altars that have read it. It gets quite frustrating again at times and tiring, but this is the pattern, that we'll suddenly start getting to a collective understanding, a collective agreement with an adult awareness and comprehension And as soon as we get that, we get to experience for a very brief moment of time, and then suddenly we regress really young again into like a different altar or a different system or whatever the right wording is, just to have to go back to basic learning again and just do the whole process again. You got to laugh, you'd cry. You had an ankle injury when you were a child that forever changed your life, affecting your childhood. Yeah, right. You're welcome, Twitty. Yeah, we used to sprain our ankle heaps when we were younger and intoxicated, and we're sorting out a lot of that now. It's from what we're experiencing and what we're doing at the moment, all of this is reversible and changeable. And what we were saying earlier, we didn't finish, did we? We're going to have a break because we know we've learned, even though we want to finish reading this, what we're reading is very deep. It's tapping into us a lot. And we realize that when we're sidetracking, we're actually going between altars. But because the altars are different systems in the body, we're focusing the energy to different systems of the body. Whereas if we force ourselves to keep continuing and reading this, it won't be in alignment to the collective harmony and symphony of the orchestra of the body. So we've just remembered what we were going to say about being in communication with that person earlier. He asked, because he asked us about the number 14, 41, 44. We gave him all our information back, and then we added on at the end a few days later, and Temperance card is the ruler of Sagittarius, and Sagittarius rules your thighs. Do you have any inner or outer thigh issues? Or, mate, blah, blah, blah. He goes, that's really interesting. And he sent one back, and that's really interesting because he has a partially paralyzed left hip. And that goes back into the left and right vagus nerve again. I don't know if we finished off that talking. The left vagus nerve being the rest and digest, which counterbalances the fight, flight, freeze, active, masculine energies, right vagus nerve, of which in today's age, because people have such poor digestion and fuel for their body and they're eating a lot of processed food, the left vagus nerve isn't functioning properly, and traumatized bodies don't want to get still. Hence why something that we're really attempting to get towards is to share the possible triggers and danger of going into the traditional conventional understanding of meditation and still meditation, because that can actually re-trigger and re-traumatize and be quite dangerous for anyone that suffered childhood traumas. So especially relating to sexual abuse, and where you've got soul fragmentation, which if in the energetics, but if it's in the physical body, you've actually got the physical body separation between these systems and these altars. And we've been aware, because we've been up at night, which is the peaceful time, Lily, and it's a whole different state of consciousness that the collective's in, because most of the collective's asleep, which, if there are a lot of people that are awake at night when the collective's asleep, from what we're just learning now, we wouldn't just be awake at night, we'd be actually physically working at night, doing jobs that most people do during the day. And so therefore we function in these altered states of consciousness really coherently, depending on the energy. It just comes to getting the words and being aware of something that we've done our whole life, but then to be aware of it and connect the words and the dots and then share it and express it is the whole new journey that we're on. So he said about his left hip being partially paralyzed. Our left hip, I hope you guys are all okay. If you're as present as we are, you'll be feeling this in the moment quite a lot. Oh, that was a big, massive, we're not going to go into it, but the way the body between the vagus nerve acts on this cling film, multi-layered, multi-dimensional web, we just had a massive air bubble release that was extremely painful. And then you can see the reaction it has on our body with subluxing. We've had a jaw operation. And then talking about that hip, his is partially paralyzed. Ours is exceptionally loose. All our reflexes are coming back into action. We never used to be able to like hiccup or cough, that get confused and do it together. And this is all to do with this broken collarbone that displaced and fused together, separating on the energetic. So eventually the physical will separate and we'll end up having a wide collarbone like a body has that dances, with narrow hips and a wide collarbone. And because we've noticed with that awareness and being awake at night that the energetics of our hip, the energetics more so not directly linked to the hip, but the energetics more so of the patterns that we do in our physical posture while we sleep. We're doing a lot more okay, now I'm going to try and not talk. Try is bad for the programming of the subconscious. It means one will fail. Attempt to talk without using the hands. Oh, it's hard. Ours is a loose, so we've been doing more of twisting our legs together where we do our panting and our breath work and our sounding, which is bringing the energetic patterns of the intestines together, so that rather than it being a matted knot of a necklace, it's turning into the necklace that has many layers that will produce, rather than a matted knot, a beautiful Celtic knot that has harmony and beautiful form to it that's pleasing to look at it, rather than an entangled mess. And we understood that in the communication with him and the sharing of our knowledge to him, and him saying how he couldn't help but respond back with a reply each time he read it over, how he gets something new from it, how our loose hip was loving his energetics, because our loose hip was gaining knowledge from his rigid, partially paralyzed hip, to be able to then have both extremes to find the compromise in the middle of what a healthy hip energetics is meant to be. We can't wait to watch this one back. You're receiving so much from being together here. So beautiful. Thank you. No, you guys haven't triggered. This is why we needed to do this. It's us consciously doing this because you two are going to be here. We didn't think anyone was going to be here. Because like we were saying about Zendaya's getting some of these things. He's not suffering. I mean, before, when we saw him, when we were in the psych ward and we came back and saw him, we were horrified and we were distraught. Just like we were horrified and distraught when we looked in the mirror at the psych ward. Because we looked in the mirror, we didn't recognize who we were looking at, because we were put on a lot of weight, whereas suddenly we were gaunt and skinny and we don't know where we were dying. Our autonomic nervous system was giving up and we were dying and we needed help, but we were like 2 and we couldn't communicate it and we didn't know we needed help. And so our subconscious energies and the collective energies created a scenario, which we're not going to go into now, but we ended up being naked outside in our little retirement home estate and getting picked up by the police and taken to hospital, fed medication that we said we didn't want, which made us lose 4 days, to come round being locked inside, unable to use our voice or use our body, to 8 people physically restraining us. telling us to relax. We can't talk to them, but we're inside the sarcastic one. Hello, it's the autonomic nervous system, fight, flight, freeze. We can't relax. Can you just stand 3 foot back and then we won't be absorbing all your energy? And then the younger ones came out and stuck their tongue in one of their ears. He didn't like that. We managed to get it down from 8 people to 3 people, talking through the heart, going, you know, this is wrong, because we couldn't get out, we couldn't access the body or the voice because they'd fed us medication. But this all needed to happen because we were having an allergic reaction to the medication, etc. But this all needed to happen because there's fascia and connective tissue in the body that can't be cut with a surgeon's knife. And we need to have 8 people. Well, because we would do this elemental breathing. So certain breathing techniques in through the nose and out through the mouth and vice versa can be, one's the fire breath, one's the air breath. So in through the nose and out through the mouth is one. We can't remember which it is. In through the nose and out through the mouth, out through the nose is one. Etc., etc. Now the spirit breath is a breath that you can't hear. It's so subtle. And what with our panting and all our different altars, all the different knowledge that they've picked over the time, they would do this panting where this is us doing hindsight and reflection, figuring out what went on. So, and this is why it took 8 people to restrain a woman who hasn't eaten or drunk for months and lost heaps of weight, that's physically weak. That's in their worst fear and nightmare because they get locked up in a psych ward where they don't deserve to be, because we needed, operational hospitals would have been detrimental to us because we'd known that pattern from the head scar. And we needed this fascia that can't be cut with surgeon's knife, ripped apart. And the only way was to have people physically pulling our body. No, inaccurate wording. They're not physically pulling our body. They're holding on to our body, trying to calm us down and restrain us, not knowing that because we've got all their energy to navigate, we can't get calm because we're feeling their internal world. And to physically restrain someone in that way, we've had to do it from someone, and then we left that job because it was wrong. We felt it in our heart and it was wrong. So this is also part of our reason for being here and having gone what we've gone through, is because the mental health system, and we work with autistic people, the way that the tools, the strategies they use to restrict people, to calm people down, I don't know, to do stuff like that they basically did, is wrong. And they say they're doing it for care of the patient, but they're not. It's through fear of the average person not understanding what's going on in that situation and having to tick off protocol, basically. But for us, there's always a constructive loop of information, and there's always a reason why everything happens, even if what's happening is horrific and just unexplainable. It's because the fundamental energies are unconscious and needing something to happen to jerk it up and to shift it. And so that's going into don't like this language, but a spirit forced tower card energetics. We know more about the tarot than we realise. Oh, you are releasing. I really hope that your releasing is calm and smooth, Lily. Zanoni is happening. Zanoni is happening. Wow. Beautiful Celtic knot. We've got a colouring in of a Celtic knot, but it's not finished yet, and it's in green. I think we need to finish it. But yeah, so our body was utilizing these 8 people because 8 is our birth given name vibration. So we were talked about the 11 being the Sushumna and 2 parallels and the linear of the masculine, and we are reprogramming and alchemizing and redefining healthy energetics of our masculine and divine masculine energies that are not what we grew up with. But we are, number 8 is our master guide, and the 8 is the 8 vibrational energies of the Kundalini and the snakes entwining, which come from the hips and the collarbone. Yes, and it's the curved energy. So we were using those 8 people as anchor points to then do our breath so that the energy would build up. We wouldn't be able to handle it. There'd be this explosive expansion of chaos going on until it reached the climax And then it would, once it's reached the climax of that fighting and that rigidity, it would then go limp and flaccid. This is all sounding very sexual connotation, but that's because it's probably healing a lot of that sexual trauma stuff as well. So that's why it had to happen, because we needed the body to shift. And then when we looked in the mirror, it was just like we didn't recognize who we were looking at, but we felt very aware and very present, because we were looking in the mirror sometimes. We used to do our breath work in front of the mirror and our head would be back to front, or limbs would be missing, because those networks of the brain and body that the alters had were in nowhere near the spectrum, because what we're trying to do is to get all the alternate personalities into a, this is what the Maoris do. And is it the Maoris? I think it's what the Maoris do. It's the body language for presence. We're actually on 1 person watching and 4 likes now, so that's very good with the numbers. So our hand just started getting the jitters, which is interesting because it's the right hand and the right wrist. So in reflexology, it's the feet, the hands and the head, which mirror the wake, tired, we rest it now. So we've just had a release in our hips. We're talking about hips actually, aren't we? Because the hips are related to the wrists. Now it's the right hand, which is the past, and I would relate that to the right hip, which would make sense, because if we've got a left loose hip, then our right hip would be tight, and it would be opposite on these ones, because the hands and the wrists would counterbalance the hips. So if the right's tight, the left would be tight. I don't know if it's like this now, we're getting a bit too detailed, I think. But yeah, we're having lots of shifting. I'm glad you're still with us, Twitty. So we're going to read. So yeah, it was really good having that communication with that guy, because our body learned a lot from it. Circumstances, smells, sounds, objects, or people may trigger old traumas, making the personality surface. General remarks. Traumatic experience can split part of the self, meaning identity and all the body minds, especially the gut mind. So I wonder where we get our wording from, because we say all this stuff, but it's stuff that we've read already. Oh my God, we're so on the exponential curve. Things are just going to be like, that's why we need to stay calm and balanced and do gardening and stuff. And yeah, it's all coming together, isn't it, Twitty? Just like you're saying. And you, Lily, it's exciting, but we got to manage the excitement to moderation, don't we? Because it gets too much otherwise. You can see our eyes go really wide. The younger one's eyes goes really wide, because we're perceiving the world for the first time experience again. Heavy book is heavy, isn't it? We go down like this. Oh, that's comfy. Make the body posture comfy. Traumatic experiences can split part of the self, meaning identity, and all the body minds, especially the gut mind, into different parts. Every part contains old memories, unspoken resentment, fears, or trauma. The brain is not a single organ. It should, however, function as a single coherent mind. Because we believe that a human being isn't one self, just like the earth isn't one self. The earth is made up of many selves of humans. And so the human vessel is a collective expression of consciousness, consciousness being God, and then you've got inorganic consciousness and organic consciousness. Inorganic being technology, hence why it's a journey to harmonizing spirituality and man, not spirituality and man, technology and spirituality, man and technology, man and spirituality. I think you understand. I got a bit mixed up there. And so therefore, the individual expression of a human body vessel of consciousness is actually a collective symphony expression of every single cell, every community, cellular systems, every single bacteria, every single bacterial community system of consciousness. And when we feed the fuel in the body and do a balance between physical movement, subtle, micro and gross, breath work, creation, communication from body language, communication through words, communications through color and art and expression, and so we balance the all the different senses of learning, all the different ages of learning, especially the ones of us that have got stunted, that grows up and aligns and harmonizes all the body parts, electromagnetic, electrochemical, to then create this beautiful orchestral symphony of consciousness, which is what I feel and think now in this moment is when people say they're co-creating through spirit and spirit's flowing through them, but we never align through that. We never, our understanding and interpretation of that is that then, because current human conceptualizations is saying that the ego is bad, that then one can't take gratitude in their own creation, that the gratitude goes to spirit flowing through them. And for us, through our child states of consciousness and our adult states of consciousness analytics of the childhood ones, we disagree with that. We believe that from a pure heart intentions, child integrity of empowerment and play, that we can take gratification of our creations, with the collaboration of the adult ego into understanding it's a co-collaboration with consciousness, with spirit. I think we like the sound of that. Yes, overstimulated with the energies a lot. Yes, anchoring takes time when excited. It does. We're always, mind you, our anchoring's pretty much becoming automatic again because we're doing so much subconscious reprogramming. Every part contains old memories, unspoken resentment, fears, or trauma. The brain is not a single organ. It should, however, function as a single. See, we would rewrite all these books so that trying isn't acceptable and should's not acceptable. It could, however, because otherwise that's saying it's an external belief system and saying it should be one way. And we disagree with that, because if we're dancing, we use dancing instead of working. If we're dancing with the infinite imagination, then anything and everything's possible, and anything or everything is right or wrong from the duality, reality, conceptualizations. It just depends on the individual in that moment and how the polarity energetics are dancing and harmonizing with each other. Metaphysical Anatomy, Volume 1, Yvette Rose. We've got this one, we've got the Synchronous Language of the Body, which is what our younger ones use. And then, see, everyone uses different words and it's confusing. So there's the Secret Language of the Body, which is easy, isn't it? Yeah. There's this one, Metaphysical, but then there's this one, which is the same. And this is written, or in the same series, we think, as polarity therapy. So our Shintosai yoga that we do incorporates everything that you see and incorporates so many different alternative therapies. And this is by the polarity therapy, and it's esoteric anatomy. So you've got esoteric anatomy, metaphysical anatomy, secret language of your body, and then all of our A&P, anatomy and physiology books, because each altar system uses different ones of them. So the brain is not a single organ. It could, however, function as a single coherent mind, or a single coherent brain mind. Some people can use their left or right side more independently. Trauma can split this connection between the left and right side process. The more serious the trauma is, the bigger the splits are. I would suggest exploring birth trauma and fertilization, where these splits often occur. And then it's got some key points. So we're going to read those key points. We're just going to go for a wee, close the window, pull our blind down, and then we're going to come back, read the key points, read the Numerology of Two, and then we're going to say bye-bye. So if you need a pee break or a drink break or a food break, we wanted to share these. These are Koshi chimes. They're sound healing tools. I think this one's air. Or is that a pink and fire? I'm not sure. We can't remember. But when we left the house and like were naked and stuck in the liminal space, the circular world, and we couldn't go down straight lines, so you can see the difference. See how that one's all weathered and tatty? So we took this one out with us, and kind of, it wasn't a necklace, but it was like real fat quartz crystals on a wire. Our first loves book, On the Edge, because we were on the edge and we were in our the 2-year-old, so we express and communicate through on the edge on the book. So because we're getting out there a bit more and attempting to do a bit more walking and stuff, the other night after a bath, we put on one dressing gown back to front. We then put on another dressing gown on top, and then we put our long hooded coat on, and then we'll go out at like midnight, either with our support ankle things on and our socks, or just our socks or barefoot to get some like reflexology off the ground. Now we thought we were going to, we don't go far. We go around like either just one block, which is 6 bungalows. It's really not far, because we used to do that and our legs would swell up straight away. So we're taking things very gently, or we do a figure 8 round the 2 blocks, which is another 6 bungalows. So we went out down our lane, by the side of our bungalow, down the steps, and suddenly we shifted, and it was rainy and it was windy, and our ears were pert, and we heard this. Straight away, the body was like going to the chimes, and I didn't really know what was going on at the time, although I kind of did. And it's like, and there's, thinking back, there's just, because we're not really connected, we tell whatever that goes on to go on behind the scenes because it gets too much for us. But there's one going, that's not our chime. There's another one going, it is. So the altar that functions on sound heard it, and as soon as the visual one saw, and no, it's not the visual one, it's a nighttime visual one. It's a little bungalow, but it's got a front garden and everything's overgrown. And we like the wild, overgrown, natural look, although we've had to pull that in from our house and make it all tame, because that's part of our process of healing and taming ourselves. And these bungalows remind us of the Southern Hemisphere when we lived in New Zealand and Australia. So it brings up so many good emotions. And we stood there in the gateway and we were like, I still don't know if this is bad or naughty, but we just take all of that out of it and we just let whatever happen, because in letting whatever happen, it's our authentic expression of us allowing our younger alters to be and do what they need to do in the moment, which again helps us clear the dissonance from the body, align our body and get rid of the physical pain. So we just let it happen. And we were in the front and we could hear it, and we looked up and we saw it hanging off. I don't know if it was an overhang that stopped the rain getting in, or if it's just an overhang kind of like slit thing that for plants to grow on, but this was there, hanging there. So it's been 2 years, and this was on Friday. Are we on Friday now? We're on Saturday. I think this was like 2 weeks ago or a week ago. We lose time, but it was the night of the day that we finally plucked up the courage to send a voicemail message, or send an audio message via email to the accountant lady that we used to do some work for, but also helped give us the confidence and the courage to go self-employed and get out of our bar work and everything, because it's like not serving us. And that's big, because that was the start and process of us then being able to do our basic finance, learning to do basic finances and budgeting again. And so this was like a reward. And we saw it, and it was our wind chime. We could just tell. We went up closer just to check, and it was. And so straight away the younger was like, have that off in the pocket, leave, and like walk around with it in our pocket. And so 2 years later we got rewarded by having the 4th set of our horseshoe chimes, because we've got all it still sounds nice, but it doesn't sound as nice. We've been oiling it up with coconut oil and olive oil. This was our reward, because we're starting to really face those things, to start being an adult, start being the age that we are, and really face those traumas. Or not really face those traumas, really face those things that are fearful, which are doing all the adult responsibilities of the house. And so we don't know if it was right because we just took something out of someone's garden. That's not technically right, is it? But we were the person that put this in their garden. So they just suddenly, mysteriously, they're like 40, 50 quid each, suddenly had this wind chime appear in their garden, and they hung it up and they used it. And then suddenly 2 years later, it disappears, just like it suddenly appeared, it disappeared. But for us, it was symbolism. This is Earth. We gave away our power. We gave away our physical Earth comprehension and grounding subconsciously. Well, subconsciously from a conscious awareness perspective of where we are at the moment, but we've been doing this work for decades. So it's been a collaboration of whichever altars were functioning at whatever time in their conscious awareness. They've been subconscious, superconscious, and conscious. Doesn't work for us because we have altars that are subconscious and conscious and superconscious in the subconscious and in the superconscious. Yeah, it's confusing. But I'm finding this and taking it back, we've taken back our grounding, we've taken back our earthly energy powers, and it makes our younger altars very happy. And plus, our younger altars personify things. Everything has energy, everything's a vibration. And this is a special sound healing tool. And look how rough and wear and tear it's been. So we needed to take it back and oil it and give it loving nurture. And it needs to be with its family of the other three. Yeah. So all of these are magical, symbolic moments of us finally, after 5 years, coming out of the scary liminal states of consciousness, realms, realities, where we've just had no ability to communicate with people or even ourselves and not really know what's going on, but yet be so brave and strong and courageous to be able to get through it all and do it all on our own, because we know we can handle pain better than others and we don't want to cause any pain on others. And so we've had to do it all on our own for our sake and for others' sake, even though the others don't understand that. So the key points. Touches our heart to hear that our will strengthens yours, because it's sharing our story, our experiences authentically, constantly always doing our best to use the right words, because we know there's no blame for anyone else. There just is experiences, and we just know that we feel deeply and we hold a lot of pain and emotion for the people we used to know. But it's our want to be able to continue growing and advocate for the vulnerable people that are going through situations on whatever level similar to ours that can't do it for themselves, and to facilitate a bridge between the layman, the scientific and the spiritual world, of a language that harmonizes and is understood between all these categories, which is hard because you don't even have a common agreement of language in the scientific and the quantum scientific, because you've constantly got that objective and subjective experience, and the people that aren't willing or able or aware to go into their internal realities because of their denials and their traumas are very objective and scientific and prove it. And that's the family we come from. The family that we know well anyway, that we grew up with. And we've done our best to share our knowledge and accommodate with them, but the family is the biggest trigger, and we were regressing to our youngest ages and we couldn't do it. And it's hard work taking the path of the soul, isolating oneself when when we knew we were going to cause more abandonment issues and traumas on ourselves, but knowing that that's the path we needed to go down, to have those traumas and those triggers brought to the surface, to then start releasing them. but to know then that we're causing pain on people that we don't want to be by being true to our authentic self. But we know our little ones call it a divine, feminine, child, adult, modern day female genius. And we have that genius mind, but not from the conventional male academic understanding of Einstein and Tesla and Isaac. It's more of an embodiment of it all. Although we used to have that kind of thing, but that was when we were on acid and stuff in the past. And we don't do any of that now, but we know the possibilities because we've had those experiences of getting the coherence between all those different altered states of consciousness. And once this we overcome being seen and being heard and practice more on this and have such amazing feedback from beautiful souls like yourself to continue growing and feeding that healthy, resonant, harmonic, constructive loop of information through our electromagnetic fields that is on that pure heart value based system, that we will get to the stage where we can be seen by and heard by masses of people, because we have such a rare package between all these rare labels and disorders, and we know we will be able to bring it all together and communicate the interconnectedness of everything, where we will be one of the parts between many parts of people in this shift, and inspiring others to help them do it as well. And but yeah, words it's so challenging, Lily. The triggers are beautiful guides and teachers to bring awareness to us of where we can focus awareness and where we can focus awareness to and energy to, and then to let it go from the mind and be from the body. Before we leave today, we're going to do another sound meditation and just do the clearing of the energies with some burning. We do have a lovely, be careful, candle wax, black candle going here too. So we are very conscientious on the house cleansing and our body and lots of things now, because we know we've been told how strong our energy is, and that was before. So if our energy was strong before and now we're doing all this conscious awareness work, then our energy is going to be really strong, and we don't want to harm anyone. So we've got to be really conscientious and have as much integrity as possible. But we're learning that that doesn't mean we don't do and start, which I think this is what this video is about. It doesn't mean that we can't do stuff. It just means we need to be on our editing, put at the start of the video on our editing some kind of words or phrases that say, you know, we are still learning integrity with our wording, we're still learning blah, 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 you know, like a disclaimer when people say we're not a doctor, we're not a physician, that kind of thing, and that people need to be self-accountable and self-responsible. So I think we're starting the ball rolling on these energies again. Thank you for your words and your sharing. It's powerful and good for us. So we're just going to read the key points of this, and then we can read the numerological personality analysis of number 2, of which you can stay for or not, because this has gone on for a long time. We're doing a is it Russell or Rob, where things are on for ages. Those lives can go on for, at least we've got marathon live viewers here with you two. Key points. Do you abuse drugs or have a drug addiction? This may be the cause of or contribute to an already existing problem. So it's really interesting, because although we have done recreational drugs and everything like that in the past, whenever we were going through an episode or going through a depression or going through a down state, we wouldn't drink and we wouldn't take drugs. We would, however, smoke weed to help suppress and calm stuff down. And we think that's been okay and that we've needed that, just like someone who's got ADHD will take medication to calm them down. It's the same thing. But if you get someone that doesn't have medication and they take ADHD medication, it will make them hyper, like the person like the person who has it. And just like glasses, if you don't need glasses but you put on glasses that are short-sighted or long-sighted, that makes you be able to see like the person sees without the glasses. And so it just depends what the lack of energy or the excess of energy is creating in that moment. So a lot of people judge people for smoking weed or taking weed because of their own personal experiences with it, or their own personal experiences with witnessing it, or with the theoretical knowledge they've had around it. Whereas for us, it's been the one thing that's been able to ground us, that we've known what's going on. It got to the point where we had to stop buying it, because just like people, we couldn't have anyone else's energy. So we grew it ourselves. So we grew medicinal weed ourselves, so that we only had our exchange of energy. And we were learning about plants, and we were learning about getting our hands in the soil. We were learning about pH balances, and we'd have different types of weed, depending whether it is like sativa or the other one, depending whether we needed a body or a head thing. So there's a lot of knowledgeable going into it before, but the idea was that we want to be completely self-sufficient without any of these things, because that's just our personal choice at the end of the day. Yeah, food was a big one for some of us as well. Yeah. Challenging, isn't it? But guess what? We're really looking forward to make strawberry laces or raspberry laces out of courgette. You can get courgette, apparently, do it into that long string lace type thing and put it into, I don't know, we're guessing like a Kool-Aid, and so that the courgette absorbs the strawberry or raspberry Kool-Aid, and then you've got strawberry or raspberry laces that are like vegetables and healthy plants and no bad sugars. That's going to be cool. Yeah, we haven't done that yet, but we're getting there on the food. Do we have a history of using alcohol? Still abuse alcohol? Did ancestors abuse alcohol? We've never been a big drinker. We didn't start drinking till we're 19 and went to university. We haven't touched it now. I think we had one bottle of organic red wine that lasted us about 6 months and went in a cup. We tried to have a glass, but we've never really liked the taste of it. But when we have used it, we would drink a bottle of red wine before going out and stuff. Yeah. Oh, we're so similar, Twitty. So what? So you still use cannabis and cigarettes? I hope they're rollies and it's like toxic-free tobacco, like Preblo. It can be whatever you want it to be, Twitty. But yeah, we started doing Preblo and all the chemical-free tobacco. Because tobacco would make us feel sick. We'd end up being like 70% weed and 30% tobacco. That's not technically true because you got the paper. We'd be 70% weed, 25% baccy and 5% paper, and we prefer silver papers, and we miss it hugely. But it's okay for it to go away. We don't use tobacco anymore. I can't remember when we last had a pipe, but we will occasionally have a pipe, but we haven't had that for ages. Did we have one at New Year or Christmas? I couldn't tell you. We would have recorded it because we never can remember this, but if we did, we would have recorded it. But our idea is that there's part of our body that still needs it, but rather than us, and I think we will start making cookies and stuff eventually again, potentially. And if we do make alcohol, we'll make like elderflower champagne, but it's all going to be homemade. It will all be with like honey, no sugars, etc. Or no refined sugars, like natural stuff. And we're going to make a body cream. So we're going to make a body cream for the day, a body cream for the night, and we're going to put our coconut oil marijuana butter. So you put marijuana in coconut oil, diffuse it, or whatever it's called, and then we'll use that in the cream. And then rather than it going through our digestive system on a regular basis, it will be going through our skin system, because there's loads of cannabinoids in the body that actually benefit from it. So if it helps you out, Twitty, then it's fine. You know yourself well, you're on the self-development path. It's kind of like, and you're being honest about it. I was really impressed, and it helped us a lot to see people be honest about it in Rob's group, to say that they smoked it and stuff. I suppose because of all the judgments and attachments of other people around here and stuff and our experiences. Your dad was an alcoholic, Lily, and used to use alcohol to soothe some of the anxiety. Yeah, because a lot of people do, because the alcohol does initially take you into that state. But we noticed for us, I don't know if it's to do with the EDS or something, we would get real bad alcohol blues. And so we'd always have lots of depression and stuff that we're generally always been quite self-aware in each of the altars, but sometimes we wouldn't be, and that would normally be to do with, like, if it's to do with alcohol, hangovers and stuff. And plus, when we ended up used to get really drunk, because we worked in, I think when New Zealand, we were up working and awake and getting intoxicated for 3 days solid, because we would start work at midnight and it would be the bar that all the other bars would go to after they finished work. And in New Zealand, drugs are really expensive, so it'd be herbal highs. So if we ended up getting drunk accidentally and weren't expecting it, we'd always search out herbal highs, because we black out really easy, lose our memory, have no idea what we're doing, become really promiscuous, and it causes us real come downs that are hard afterwards. So we'd always then look for drugs or legal highs to bring us back into a controlled state of consciousness in the intoxication, if that makes sense. Yeah, we've spent a lot of our lives getting pretty wasted, but at the same time being really healthy as well. There's been just as much being healthy as there has been getting intoxicated. And when we get intoxicated at festivals and stuff, we get intoxicated healthy, so to be on our fruit smoothies, on our good eating, to counterbalance it. And we'd even manipulate other people, going, look, you want to get wasted for a few days running, you got to give your body fuel to keep going so you can have good highs, otherwise just have a bad trip. And we'd go around feeding people all this health food when they're intoxicated, or giving them Olbus oil to smell, because it makes your brain just go, oh, amazing. Yeah, don't give things up, Twilly. As I said, add things too that bring you joy, because the rest falls away as and when it's meant to. Because if we focus on giving things up, we've learnt it's an effort, it uses up lots of energy, and then we're living in a really horrible state where we're always craving it, always wanting it. We're going, oh no, we can't have that. Whereas if we're gentle and compassionate with ourselves, like, yeah, we want it. Okay, we're not going to go, we're going to have moderation and self-discipline, but we're going to have a couple of joints, we're going to have a few drinks, we're not going to indulge like we have done in the past, but we're going to do that. But at the same time as doing that, we're going to do this and we're going to do this, because we know that's really good for us and healthy and balancing. And eventually, how for us, it's ended up outweighing the scales to the other side, where we used to always crave it quite a lot. It would be like at least once a day, it'd be like, oh, we want it. But now it's been weeks or months, we rarely get that craving to want to smoke weed. And I think the last time we did have a pipe of weed, even though I can't remember when that was now, I remember the energetic feeling of our throat and our lungs hating it. And because we're getting more and more connected with our body and really want to unconditionally love our body and appreciate our body and be grateful for our body for all the harm that we've done to it for over the years, but yet it and the multiverse still unconditionally loves us. It's only Zendaya, our body, in the multiverse and Takoda that's unconditionally loved us. So therefore we want to do our best to show our appreciation and gratitude to Zendaya, to our body, and to the multiverse back. And we've learned that the multiverse just wants us to be happy and be whatever we can be in that moment with whatever it is. And it's just about being gentle and loving with ourselves. Alcoholism was rampant in your family's Twitty. Alcoholism was rampant in my family's as I was in early adulthood. Yeah, and it's just frequency aligns itself to frequency around it. So for us to not be in denial, for us to get out of our victim states of consciousness, we can't be around people that play the drama triangle gameplay of rescuer, perpetrator, victim. And we need to get ourselves off disability benefits, because that's how frequencies work, until we've got ourselves and being ourselves in the state of frequency being that we want to be in for enough time that we won't get rocked by these external frequencies and forces that still resonate in those areas. Lily, yes, me too. I stopped after an energetic shift you had last year wasn't the same anymore. The mind would feel so foggy after one sip. Yeah, it's weird how stuff just shifts in the body like that, isn't it? Yes, I need to hear this again. We always so need that external validation and hearing it from other people. That's why it's like, don't give things up. Add things too that bring us joy and fun. Understanding that we need to kind of sometimes redefine ourselves of fun, and fun doesn't necessarily mean just going to the pub or festival and getting completely out of our heads. It's, what do we say? It's the child state fun. We find it really challenging, but learning to have fun like a child again. We've got all this stuff of our poi and our staff and our maze 3D ball and our juggling. And they're not just stuff to have fun as a child. We understand what they're doing for our peripheral nervous system and our learning through the senses as well. And all of this is us living out our Shintosai course, which we want to create, which is going to have many levels. And the first 3 units, it won't be the first 3 that we create, because we've got to start earning money ourselves somehow. But this particular 13 unit course in loving ourselves, the first 3 units, we want to be able to be free for everyone and anyone if they want to do it. And it's going to be designed for everyone and anyone, but we know it's not going to be receptive to everyone and anyone. And free, because that's the start of the Tesla code, and the start of Tesla code 3 is about embracing the energetics of free and being poor, understanding that we need to learn how to be content and happy in those poor states of frequencies without those money or value, because we understand the quality of life and it doesn't revolve around money. But then to be paid afterwards, because at the same time we individually need to make a choice, go, right, I'm going to only spend like £20 on alcohol and £20 on tobacco or drugs this week, rather than 80, because the other £40 I'm going to put towards this course, or I'm going to put towards these tuning forks. Do you get what I mean? So it's about, rather than giving it all up completely, it's about, okay, I normally spend this much on that, which I know is not best for me. I'm going to kind of maybe just take a third out of it, and we start paying for it, because in that physical action of doing something, it's showing the body through an actual tangible scene, physical action, if that makes sense. Oh, Tisha, if you've been crying throughout this, we share your tears. Did you know that crying, depending on the tears, each tear has depending which emotions the tears are related to, each tear has a different chemical makeup. We think that's fascinating. Crying is a big release mechanism for us too. Sending you hugs. Yes, to Kathy. Thank you, Lily, for saying Kathy's name. We know she's called Kathy, but we've just been saying Twitty. Different ones of us call you different things. So beautifully different. Hooray, and looking so forward to it. Oh, you're beautiful. It's okay. Explore different types of personalities with the help of someone close to you. Explore each personality closely and see if there is a pattern or trigger that takes place when this personality appears. Explore possible triggers, people, smells, sounds, words, environment, or actions of others. This is an amazing book, isn't it? We were obviously in the younger ones a lot. Well, we know we were, because we didn't understand a lot of this, I don't think. Oh, look, we're remembering reading it now. We didn't remember reading it before. Explore associations made of trauma, type of personality, and survival instincts. Explore how this personality served us. See, I think we wouldn't do work like this, because it's still focusing on the personalities, and on our dancing through all of this, we had to navigate away from giving the personalities names and ages and finding out what they looked like and what they liked and stuff, even though we couldn't do that anyway because of our deaf, blind, dumb internal processing model. But it caused more stress on us. And what we were guided to was that if we focused our attention on all of that, we were focusing more energy and awareness and attention on more separation and more fragmentation. So for us, we wanted to do the opposite. So rather than focusing on those individual areas, we just focused on we take it's kind of like if you go from one job to another job, you're taking a transferable skill from one job to another. So we take that, whatever that's called, the transferable skill or the transferable knowledge or metaphor or something, from in yoga, in your pranayama, which is the fourth limb of yoga. It's rhythmic breath control. Prana is the Indian for energy. You have your different names that go to the breath. So you've got, in our level 1 of our younger yoga teacher training, you had Ujjayi breath and you had Viloma breath. Now, Viloma was where you'd end up bringing a retention, a pause. So rather than it being just one long exhalation or one long inhalation, there'd be exhale a bit, pause, exhale a bit, pause, or inhale a bit, pause, inhale a bit, pause. And you start off by doing one first, then the other, and then integrating the two together. Whereas the Ujjayi breath normally comes first, and the stage 1 of Ujjayi breath is just no action, no doing, just pure observation. So one is just in their restorative Shavasana, corpse pose, or whatever resting pose they're in, and they're paying attention to their breath. How on the can one feel the difference in temperature going through their nasal passageways? Is there more breath going up one nostril than the other? What's the temperature when one breathes in? What side of the nostril is the breath in? So when you breathe in and when you breathe out, the air is actually traveling up a certain channel one way, so that either the inside or the outside of your nostril will be warm, and when you breathe, or cold, and when you breathe out, either one or the other will be warm. We're not going to tell you which for a number of reasons, but the reason we're going to share is because in sharing our understanding of guiding, we don't want to tell other people what to do. We want to share our knowledge, our experiences, and our ways of processing and experiencing, so that others aren't being dictated to or saying this is the way, because no one knows the way. For us, it's been a little bit from here and a little bit from there, but the other can then take what works for them in that moment. And our main thing is, by sharing our ways, we're showing the other through experience of how to be their own teacher and their own student. Because to learn the next stage of information, we need to teach it. But we want to show people that we can do this on their own. We don't need other people, and to cut out the middleman. And our best teacher are our students. So if your best teacher is your student, but yet to grow in knowledge is to become a teacher, then what better way than to be your own teacher and your own student? So yeah, that's everything that we're navigating towards. So with the Ujjayi breath number 1, it literally is about observation of the breath. And then one brings in an extra long exhalation and a normal inhalation. Then one brings in a long inhalation and a normal exhalation, and then one brings the two in together. But these are all, again, coming from other people saying it should be done this way, and bringing a breakdown pattern of how to do something. And we've listened to this our whole life because we've come from that left brain academic logical mind, at the detriment to losing more. I don't even know if we had the connection. It's a hard one to explain again, but just not understanding our intuition. We only got 2 A's at GCSE. One was in art, one was in maths. So we've got that beautiful harmony and balance between the left brain and the right brain hemispheres. But we've ended up, from programming and certain things, really disconnecting from that heart-based intuition, that gut instinct, unless things got dire, and then we'd switch personalities and we'd do something about it. But it had to be extreme, whereas we need that balance and not that extremities. And with the complexity of the new people coming into play, it's not like the traditional systems of yoga or philosophies anymore, because we're in a new age. Earth's core frequency is raising, the frequency in us is raising. We've gone from the age of Pisces transitioning into the age of Aquarius, so we're going from mutable water energies into an air, a faster energy. Both both are similar in the fact that they don't hold their form. Their form comes from the shape of the vessel, but the atoms are much more vibrating and sparse, and there's more space in the air. And talking about that being more space, in yoga, to get height, we get height from width, and that brings us into the thumbnail pictures. All our thumbnail pictures mean stuff, and there's 4 different 11s. There's a solid red ball. It's interesting that it's red because that's the physical. Then there's the white ball that had the vertical red line, and then there's the white ball that had the horizontal red line, and then there's a different one again that looked like an eyeball because it had lots of cracks on it. It was white with a red perimeter, I think, and 11 in the middle. And so in yoga, to get long muscles, you need to make your muscles go wide. Because of our hypermobility, because of our dyslexia and not understanding, because of our programming from childhood to please others, because of our desperate need to have validation from external authoritative figures, we would do whatever they wanted to do, even if it's detrimental to our body. It's not that they wanted us to do it in a harmful way. They were just teaching in a conventional method that suited the general population. But you know, you've got the general population, which is like maybe 80% in the current statistics, and then you've got your empaths or your hypersensitives that are 20%. Well, we're the 2% of the 20%. But we actually started a statistics and operational research or degree after we did 1 year of a secondary teaching with mathematics degree, completed the first year because we didn't want to give up, and then we started the first term of this other operational research and statistics degree. And statistics aren't a fair expression of what's really going on, because they can be manipulated depending what they're trying to get across. So we believe in the conventional understanding that the average normal person to the extrovert and what's out there in society is 80% from one aspect, but that's only because we feel that actually there's the majority of people are the introverts that aren't speaking out loud, that therefore no one knows about yet. So EDS is considered rare and DID is considered rare, but we believe that everyone's got multiple personalities. It just depends how much it's manifested into the physical, and we just don't know about it because it's been the men that have created the systems and the societies, and therefore they think on a part and everything's separate, and there isn't this communication between everyone. When actually, if we communicated between everyone, then EDS and autism is actually like, you know, autism's like the future brain of the multidimensionality, and EDS, Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, is an umbrella term that has all these other subcategories, and it brings everything together because EDS is a connective tissue, a fascia disorder. And if you take everything physical away from the body, that's when you're left with this beautiful, you can still see every ligament, every artery, vein, muscle, organ, bone structure of the body through this cling film multidimensional web of fascia and connective tissue, because that's what the electromagnetic energy travels down, and then the electrochemicals through the circuitry system. And it's your electrochemical that gets created from the food and what we eat and drink that sends those chemical information up to the brain to then transform into the that gives the information to the electromagnetic energy that then goes down the nervous system to make the body function. And this is ruled by the glands, and the pituitary gland is the central house, like that tells all the other glands what to do to create the hormones, which are the chemicals that have the chemical reactions. We've gone off on one again, haven't we? No, we know you were sending Kathy your love and hugs, Lily. We were thanking you that you used Kathy's name because it reminded us of Kathy's name rather than just saying Tritty. Okay, love it. Explore associations made with trauma, type of personality, and survival instincts. God, we just read one and we just go off on one, don't we? Explore how this personality served us. It is not safe to be ourselves. Yeah, we resonate with that one strongly, or we used to, but that's what we're noticing shift majorly at the moment. We may have been punished or abused whenever we were feeling safe, and unaware of the fact that we were doing something wrong. Therefore, the state of mind that we were in registered as being unsafe and should therefore be avoided in order to avoid danger. We may have a fear of letting go of the personality that served us, as we might not know how to survive and feel safe without it. Explore new ways to feel safe. Explain the difference between our real personality and any additional personalities that only served us when we really needed it. The abuse can now stop, and so can the personalities that helped us survive. It's fascinating what they're saying, but we so know it's not someone that's got DID that's written this, because the words would be phrased and written differently. But even with people with DID, it would be worded and it would be so different, because we've watched a few people with DID on YouTube and they're all so different, but we're learning so much about ourselves from little bits from each of them. And it's just that how we envision a future where we don't need any copyrights, we don't need any of this stuff where you might be potentially sued, you don't need insurance, you don't need to worry about this, because everyone will be going deep on such a level, because it's that thing, oh, they stole our idea, oh, they did this, and it's like, well, no. The more deep we get within ourselves, the more authentic and the more unique we are. Therefore, the more we're able to express those energetic frequencies that are coming in, we're more able to express them on a real individual way. So therefore, there won't be any copyright issues or any misunderstandings that someone's stolen your idea, because we can see why people might do that, because loads of people will hear something subconsciously, because our subconscious and our superconscious is the data bank that stores all of the Akashic records, all information that's happened. And for us, so when you've got people that are channeling, like the Pleiadians or people external of them, for us, they're not channeling someone external of them. They're going into their deepest center. Their vehicle, the human body, is challenging the energies, and then how those energies come up or are expressed or are worded depends on their own individual makeup and words and experiences. So you can get like 2, 3, 4, 5 people all channeling the frequencies of Mary Magdalene, but they all come out slightly different or use different words. And so for us, where those discrepancies are, it's because of their individual human form bodies. And if everything external of us is just a projection of our internal, then they're actually just different aspects of ourselves that are on aligned harmonic frequencies with these enlightened consciousness energies. So there's been a lot of processing for us to really understand that, because we feel we're just like in some permanent state of channeling, but it's all just different aspects of ourselves that are kind of coming out. And when people say, well, no, I'm definitely channeling something external of me, or I'm definitely channeling the Pleiadians, because I wouldn't use that word, we find that to be actually quite an unself-aware comment. And maybe this is us being something or what, I don't know, but this is the only things that aligns with us so much when we've got so many discrepancies to try and put together. But in saying that that's not a word I would use implies that the person is very self-aware and knows every aspect of their sub and superconscious, which means they'd be like Jesus or Buddha. And there's not very many people like that, because our world would be a very different place already. And there's a lot of people that channel. So yes, we're going to channel the energies, but it comes through in a way that's unique to us. So it's our individual expression of those frequencies. But and we're lucky, because we're deaf, blind and dumb inside, that we don't have all this visual information to discern and decipher, thinking there's demons or there's devils or there's entities external of us coming in, because they're actually all expressions of our subconscious, be it the negative or the positive, attempting to get or our superconscious attempting to get messages to our conscious mind through our conscious mind's library or index of information of words that it understands. But of course, if the conscious mind's belief systems aren't ready to be shifted, then it comes in an indirect way, perceived as something external to us, because that's the only way we can cope without being overwhelmed. That's where our current awareness and understanding is with it all anyway. Oh, yes, we have lots of very crazy perspectives. The last one, explore trauma that our mother may have experienced. Yeah, she had major emotional issues. We were apparently trouble in our mum's stomach as well, and the big impact that it had on us as well. We were also attached at her hip, apparently, which we read something recently about that too. Explore the womb stages and what our mother's environment was like during her pregnancy. How did it affect our conscious state? So there's always so much information like this that we used to really upset us because we've got no idea, because we were 4 when she died and our father had no photos of us, no memory. So we know very little about ourselves in that context, which used to cause us great dissonance, but we're actually very okay with now, which is great. So we do have if you want to know the numerological personality analysis of number 8, we've already got that up. I think it's on our Neve Deborah Snowflake channel. We'll leave a link at the end once we kind of edit this out. And it's got a, did I just say that? It's got a black pool ball or billiard ball, number 8 on it. That's absolutely okay for you to say, Lily. Do you have DID, Lily, or do you have alternate personalities? Because we don't know. We know that our mum had emotional issues and did a lot of things similar to what we do, and we think she did have some kind of bipolar or some kind of something like that. But what we're coming to understand more now about our father is our father's actually really subconsciously manipulative and has narcissistic traits. Like when he came over here, when everything was, we were losing our shit and everything after the seizures, he went straight into his fear and his shame and his guilt, and was more worried about other people's opinions of the fact that he might have sexually abused us from the age of 4 to 15, rather than from the age of 4 to 5 and 15. Whereas for me, now, us learning to healthy parent ourselves, it would be like, well, who cares about that? You know, we want to be here for our daughter and put her first, but he's never been able to put us first. But that's due to the generation, it's due to being male and more rigid, and it's due to not being as courageous. And a lot of people, we want to vibrate ourselves to the frequency like a noble gas, because on the 6 noble gases on the periodic table, 6 elements that are noble gases on the elemental table, periodic table, and they don't wobble. Every other, something like 118, so that's 112 elements on the periodic table wobbles, and it needs to pair up with another element to become stable, apart from these 6 noble gases. So in a comparison to everyday life, as children, we tend to, on a general conventional understanding at the moment that we understand it as, is we grow up to be like our parents or be very opposite to our parents. And once we start taking the self-awareness journey, we can understand that we can actually choose to have the perceived good aspects of our parents and choose to release the perceived bad aspects of our parents, and that we can then become our own person. But the majority of society still functions on this gameplay dynamics where there's like a communication that involves fighting or subconscious manipulation, or we fall for people like our fathers or our mothers, and there's this kind of subconscious gameplay that goes on. And so there's an attraction almost between the traumas. And it's very rare, but it is possible that people can become self-aware in the dynamics of a partner relationship, where they both grow and become self-aware within a spectrum of time, but that is not going to be completely aligned. And when one is growing faster in understanding self and the energetic dynamics, they have to also learn, I suppose it's what someone calls like being the bigger man. They have to learn to be patient and wait for the other to get to that stage in their own time, and not to project their knowledge or their wisdom or whatever they've learned onto the other person through words, but just to act and apply what they experience, and that information will eventually go out through the electromagnetic field, so they can start learning it on their own way, and then they will end up catching up and coming together in harmony again. for us, because of our childhood traumas, there's been a real, we'll end up getting with people and feeling more alone in the relationship sometimes. We'll be this amazing traveler, independent, self-sufficient woman, but as soon as we got into a relationship, we become this needy, clingy, jealous girlfriend, and we didn't like who we were. I mean, we understand so much more about it all now after everything that's happened, but we choose that we want to be one of these 6 noble gases that has the quality of a non-wobble, and that to get our stability, we don't need another person. We can be stable on ourselves so that we don't ever lose ourselves in someone else again. And by being like that, we will then attract that same quality of a stable person as well, so that when we come together, we will come together as 2 non-wobbling entities to make this third entity that still has their own individual qualities, if that makes sense. So we won't be 2 halves making a whole, we'll be 2 wholes keeping our wholeness, but also creating this third amazing stuff that goes on. What does that mean, that finger point? So, oh, we thought we'd read that bit. Hold on. Yeah, so Lily, if so many of your family had all these mental health diagnoses, I can imagine things are quite tricky for yourself, but your awareness sounds incredible. If you loosely feel different personalities wanting to integrate, Kathy, it's interesting when I read that, I feel that when you say that is that you feel different personalities wanting to integrate, but it's kind of a loose feeling. It's not a feeling you can really grasp hold of. So that's what I feel you might be saying when you say that. But what I feel when I read that is it's great that you loosely feel different personalities wanting to integrate, because if you rigidly felt it, or if you felt it strongly, it would be almost a lot harder for them to integrate, if that makes sense. And I feel like that's a bit of a contradictory of terms, but that's kind of how the energies dance sometimes. Yeah, your mum became the abuser because she had it. Yeah, it's interesting you say that, because someone who we thought was a friend, but she was a sound therapist first, we believe that someone that's a teacher or someone that's a therapist, these are people in authoritative positions. And if someone's going to take an authoritative position where there's going to be vulnerable people coming to them, then it's their responsibility to have certain protocol of behaviors. And in our coursework that we used to do for some of our training, for our sound healing teacher training, when she was in teacher mode, she was asking us to reframe how we presented our coursework to her, because she was dyslexic. Now, just the way in who we are, we didn't say anything. I think we didn't complete the course, but it's like, well, we have a processing language disorder and we're dyslexic too. And from our understanding of teaching and what we just said, it's the teacher's responsibility, because she couldn't read it properly and she was missing information. She needs to adapt and educate and grow herself up in that area, and not ask her student to change the way she's doing it if that's the only way she can actually do it to present you with the information. And that's a big challenge as it is. And as a therapist, when we came out of the psych ward, we had £800 left on our credit card limit, and we gave that to them. And I can imagine we were pretty forceful, but this was a week before we ended up in the psych ward, so we're pretty in a dire strait mentally at this stage. But we gave it to them for the Mastery of Alignment course that they hadn't even written yet. And on coming out of the psych ward, it took us a while, but we plucked up the courage to ask for a refund of that £800. And the message we got back was that we were very forceful, and that basically we had made them take that money. which I can imagine we were forceful. But that, from my understanding now, isn't that a comment that comes from someone that's got very weak boundaries anyway? And you're the therapist, and that should be a sign to you that you need to strengthen your boundaries, and that it's not the vulnerable person that's coming to you for a course that's made you do something, because we can never make anyone else do something. We feel like we do, but we're responsible for ourselves. But because sometimes we're vulnerable, we feel like we're in victim consciousness, which is normal. We feel like other people make us do something, but that's never really the case. And I hope we've not been too direct or harsh with our language now, and that is something referring to ourselves. And this is how we're constantly growing and realizing. So we've learned since, on watching something of hers, has discovered that she's in the 20% of people. The course we did with them as well, actually, we've done many more courses since. Theirs was the least experienced, the most triggersome, and the most expensive. So it's really interesting noticing all these different things. And she would get defensive with her partner online in this sound healing kind of course journey that she was doing, which for us isn't really very healthy dynamics to be in. If you're presenting a sound healing course to people and you're going live, having the couple, that's a reactive defensive mechanism, if you get what I mean. So we can understand that we recognize that, because that's what we had in ourselves, and that's what we needed to learn and grow with. But it's also going in to get defensive means we've got a bit of victim consciousness going on. And so if she's in the 20% of being an empath or hyper super sensitive, then we can understand that that is the case, where she's absorbing other people with energies, but not taking full responsibility for understanding the resonance and going, well, that's the collective unconscious. I need to separate from that because it's triggering me like this, rather than taking responsibility and going, oh, look, it's triggering me like this. That's a teacher. I've got frequencies in me that are resonating with that in a dissonant way, which could do with my attention to purge and to clear. And that bully thing, so going with that thing, she's going to be slightly in the victim consciousness, and then see us, because one of our mechanisms, our protecting alters come out and put on this like, tank girl, don't mess with me, because the more we do that, the more of a vulnerable, fragile state we're in, basically. And so she'll see that and be like, well, we're the perpetrator, we're the bully, when actually we're the vulnerable person coming to them to help ourselves. And if we were that type of person, we wouldn't be enrolled in a course like that. And there would be that understanding and that awareness around trauma, of that being a coping mechanism. Because they did ask for our feedback, and our feedback was to educate themselves and become more aware of trauma and the impact in the body. And it took us months again to say that back to them, and they ignored that too. So, and then going to some other friends that were also therapists. I think we talked about this earlier, about the bullying through body language, and how we got up and stepped back and they stepped towards us, and they thought their sister and their mum was a bully, and that they didn't have that in them until they saw it in them with us. And obviously our friendship ended after that, not because of me, but because she didn't like that aspect of her, and she felt we brought that out in her. And so we've lost a lot of friends because of this dynamics, because we have those deep victim frequencies in us. But not until these last 5 years have we been physically or mentally able to accept them or embrace them and re-nurture and process them. And so when we're around other people, because of our strong energy, we bring out that beautiful bright light in them. But then when we've been friends for a certain amount of time and a certain level of communication goes on, we then, just for being who we are, we don't do anything. We then bring out the dark shadow in them that they don't like. And so therefore we then lose them as a friend, and we get that projected onto us. And so these are really big lessons that we really want to learn to find the right wording and be very compassionate, authentic and integral with the way we say things, which I don't feel we've done that very well yet, because we don't want to hurt anyone, because it is such a sensitive topic. But at the same time, some people are just going to get hurt because of their triggers. And it's another thing, a lot of people, we were suicidal, we were struggling with life, we were going in and out of all these ages, we were losing our mind, we didn't know what was going on, but yet we'd still have people want to share their feelings with us and tell us how our actions had impacted them and hurt them, and we couldn't cope with that, so we've just ignored a lot of people. And we know that that is a really healthy way of communication and a real healthy dialogue if both parties are receptive and in a healthy state to be able to have such conversation. But we weren't. We were wanting to kill ourselves, and we couldn't take on anything else, and we couldn't understand how these people couldn't see that, because what we would always do is research people's labels, learn how to talk to them, learn how to be for them with their labels. And was no one thinking, hey, she's just got 5 autism, DID, EDS, fibromyalgia, POTS, all these diagnoses, been turned into a victim state on disability benefits, unable to do anything for herself, when before she was a woman that built her own van and did all this stuff. It's like, for me, that would be like, man, I can't believe, she must be struggling. And therefore I wouldn't ever dream of imposing my stuff onto other people. But then we would never do that anyway, really, before. So yeah, interrelating and learning the right language is challenging. But for us, it's the more people that can become self-accountable and responsible and look at themselves and feel from the heart and the body, the more people would have lesser need to project how they feel someone else has impacted them. Because we had someone else befriend us in the woods. Takoda died. It triggered all the grief in us, and we couldn't move. And we were in the woods camping because we were in the woods hoping to find him, and we didn't move for 2 weeks. And this one friend that we never got too close to because we knew it wasn't healthy befriended us heaps, then said that she came around caring for us, whereas we just saw it as a friend coming around helping us with jobs around the house that we gave money to because we feel bad, but she saw it as her caring for us, and then sent us a message afterwards when things fell apart saying that we abused her and treated her badly. And it's like, you don't send that to someone that's like... I don't know. We find relating in people and words very challenging. So it's an interesting thing to look into. So that's what it was, Lily, when you said about your mum and the bully. And all humans have all aspects of the drama triangle of perpetrator, rescuer and victim in them. And for us in our healing journey, it's been super important to get out of the drama triangle and realize we don't need to be any of that. We will fall into each of those categories depending who we're around and what their complex energetics are. And if we are normally the victim, but we're suddenly then around someone else that's got more victim energies, we'll either become the perpetrator or the rescuer, and vice versa. And that will be that constant gameplay of life, whether it's in the rescuer, perpetrator, victim drama triangle, whether it's in the child, adult or parent drama triangle. I mean, it's very rare, or we find it very rare to meet parents that interact with their children as two adults when they're both adult forms. It's normally always that kind of child-parent dynamics all the way through life. And so part of our thing as well is to just share us and our ways authentically, which is always changing, expanding and growing, or even might be even very different in the moment, depending which one of us is talking, because there might be one of us talking really strong and quite dominant, but then the victim one might come out, but then the adult one might come out. So, but we're never going to become more aligned and coherent and in harmony with stuff that's going on unless we get experience and practice to talk and communicate about it, which I suppose is what this is like as well. So I hope that made sense, Lily. We went on a bit again. Oh, Lily, first of all, reading this, struggling with depression, the things that stand out for me there most are the numbers. 23 equals 5, and we've been talking about 14 and 41. 15 is the energies of that we're talking about, 15 being important with the energies of the planets that are going on at the moment. It's 15 degrees. I think the degrees of the conjunction between Pluto and Mars and Venus in the start of March. And then it's 27 degrees. But I think we're transitioning out of the numbers of like 5 being the foundational number, which is 14 and 23. So yeah, again, there's so much shifting, transformative energies going on numerically with the numbers, which are the foundations. And it's only then when we come up from the foundations into the language of emotions and experiences and feelings, which for us starts getting confusing, which actually in this moment I'm quite fine with it being confusing, because I know that I've got firm, solid foundations to build that awareness and that understanding on. And yeah, meds are great until they're not. It's reminding us of the cryptocurrencies. The trend's your friend until it's not. Makes sense. I'm glad it makes sense, Kathy. Pretty Kathy. This is so fascinating. Oh, bless you. All of us tonight are going to have maybe when you go to bed, we've been doing this for years, so we're just going to share what we do, and it might be something that you want to do, or you might do it already. And so now we don't have to say it as much, but when we do remember, we do say it. Plus, we also know that our conscious mind doesn't necessarily know what we really need to do. So most of the time we'll just say, beautiful subconscious, superconscious, collective consciousness, or energies, whatever, Trevor. Do your amazing dream time, sleep reprogramming, aligning, healing that you need to do for, just alignment and posture for whatever needs to be done. And I just feel tonight the dream time theta state healing is just going to be really aligning and really positive and supporting. So for instance, what we'll do tonight is just go, everything that happens in that live video call, can you do whatever it is you need to do tonight while we sleep? And please, can we have some sleep? Because we haven't had sleep much for a while. So yeah, that's an idea. And if you do, we'd love to hear how it goes or how you're feeling afterwards, or what dreams you have. We don't really remember our dreams, although we're starting to get some. Feels so confusing. When it gets confusing, it gets out there and it don't make sense, we're lost. And when we're lost, we're exactly where we're meant to be. Such lovely observational understanding. That's a great way. We interpret that as that we've got great awareness and great self-awareness, which we've been told a few times. We don't see anyone. We spend a lot of a lot of time with our body and breathing and in restorative different yoga poses where we don't do much. We've got our legs up to sort out all the swelling in our legs and our hips and things. So yeah, I would say that we've got good observational skills, and now we're working on our language skills for sharing those experiences. 11:11. What time is it here? Well, 3.5 hours. 12 to 12. Oh, 19:19. Oh, that's a double dose of sun energies. Let's share this radiant love. So what time's that? 7:19. Where are you then, Twitty? Is it 11:11 in the morning or 11:11 in the evening? I'd say it's the evening. You must be getting tired. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. But you're not in the place of America that's EST, which might be Portland or Northwest, because that's 5 hours different. We know that one. Is it PT? I think PT is 4 hours different. I don't know where that is though. Oh, this is why when we did that mandala thing and went really deep, that's why we were driven to do this. I'm going to read this out. You don't have to stay here while I read this out, but I'm going to read this out for us. But this is why we need to do it, to connect for all 3 of us, Lily, Kathy, for our energies to connect, I feel. Oh, Monarch Butterfly came in. Wow, that's amazing. Oh, I adore you guys too. Yay! Okay, numerological personality analysis. It's created for Zanoni Snowflake Pasau, which is our chosen name. Snowflake was given to us by the Native American Indians when we were 2. And Zanoni, which is child of the stars. And Pasau's our mother's maiden name. So to release ourselves from some of our past conditioning, which just had been so hard from a way of emotions and conventional ways of all this self-development stuff, our way through our autism and understanding numbers and frequencies was to let go of our father, let go of Southern Ireland, let go of all that sexual abuse and the church and Catholicism by completely changing our name. And we've got this Light on Egypt book, and we didn't know what name we wanted, but we were reading that one time and the name just spoke out to us. So we have 3 birthdays. We have the 19th of August, which is when our chosen birthday, and that's the date we put on our form to change our name on the deed poll. We have, I think it's the 16th of March, which is when legally the name went down and our name got changed. And then we have our given birthday, which is on Tuesday, on the 15th of February. And I think when after lots of meditation and guidance, it's that we're all of it. We're all 3 of those birthdays. They're all aspects of us, and they're all important dates. And we're only showing that, I think, because our ex-stepsister asked us which day we celebrate. And I think we've got to tell her we celebrate all, but you don't have to celebrate them all with us. Zanoni Snowflake. Would we like to know what a numerological evaluation reveals about our future, our personality and our relationships? So this will have some stuff in that's general to everyone around the number 2, but it also has some stuff that's actually personally related to us, because it's not the names and only Snowflake Pasau makes up the number 2. So those bits will be relevant, but it also relates to our birth date. So that will be individual. So yeah, just to clear that one up. Be excited to see what valuable message the numbers of your name, heart, and destiny carry within. They can show you the way to happiness in terms of partnership and your professional development. The sound of your name and the time of your birth are no coincidence. These data, unchangeable by yourself, reveal to you what special tasks and experiences await you on your path of life and what special talents you bring to the world. 11:22. Oh, that's interesting. So we're in the middle. Kathy's later at 11:22, California, USA Pacific time. So you're the PT, which is 4 hours. That makes sense. Oh, we were right, which is California. Is that California on the southwest coast? Because that would make sense then that EST is on the northwest, up near Portland. Where are you, Lily? You're backwards, so are you more? I mean, you're not backwards, but if Twitty's 11:22 in the evening, we're 7:22 or 7:23 in the evening, and you're 2:22 in the afternoon, wouldn't that put you more in Indonesia or India or somewhere? Because if you're Australia or New Zealand, it'd be like 11-12 hours. The number is the essence of all things. Pythagoras, father of mathematics, mystic and philosopher. We love him. Are you in America as well, Florida? You're on the other side of America, aren't you? California's on the west coast, Florida's on the east, or California's on the east and Florida's on the west? Oh, you're 11:22 a.m., Twitty. Okay, that makes sense then. It wasn't adding up in my head then. You're both before us. Okay, that makes sense. Florida and California, nice. Warm. Alongside astrology, numerology is the oldest secret science for interpreting the future and fate. Its origins go far back to the first advanced civilizations of the Vedic and Sumerian cultures, making it even older than Babylonian, Egyptian, and Greek sources. Oh, we love this. Many findings of numerology can be derived directly from sacred geometry. That's the book we were talking about earlier that we got my landlord. e.g., the origin of the flower of life. Just as with the date of our birth, we initially have no influence on our name. Both carry an inner vibration within them, which can be described and interpreted in the numbers 1 to 9. Every number has a special vibration, which is essential for the harmonic balance in the universe. So it's interesting because 8 is the number of is balance, even, isn't it? And infinity, whereas 2 is also the number of balance. They're two different versions of balance, both in the linear format, though, because it's the 3, the 6, the 9 that's in the circular format. Whilst science only uses the quantitative properties of numbers in countless physical and scientific formulas to describe the world in astonishing detail, the ancient secret science of numerology also knows and takes into account true nature, soul, and emotional character of numbers, comparable to abstract notes on a piece of paper, which only when played on an instrument let us feel their true essence of a melody. Numerology also lets us sense, hear, feel, and taste our true destiny. While we learn at school that numbers are only abstract aids born of human imagination, numerology wants us to experience the power of numbers with all our senses. Don't buy no more. Yeah, it's symbology, isn't it? They got it so wrong, my darlings, haven't they? Yeah, to panito. Oh, I love you guys. Numerology and you guys. Numerology even respectfully recognizes in numbers the basic building blocks of creation with the ability to expand our consciousness if we are willing to understand the true character of numbers. You're in the East and very warm. Nice, Lily. I like that. That's good. Our geography is getting better. Our name is inseparably linked to our fate. So therefore, if that's the case, and they say that you can't choose your name, you can't, but we have. So that means we've gone against it and we've created our own fate. Because I do remember us going like, well, if your personality gets developed around the age of 6 and our traumas happened from like 4 and below, we're pretty fucked, aren't we? We've got no core personality. We're never going to, And then after meditation and all the rest of it, it was like, well, we can get to choose who we want to be. And there's also a lot of chaos going on because alters kept thinking they were going to get killed off or something. And we're like, no, we're all going to stay around and we'll all just grow ourselves into beautiful personas and characters, and we can choose who we want to be as a collective of all the beautiful aspects of all these personalities. And like before, because we've had this our whole life, even if we weren't aware of it, and we still managed to cope and survive life. So like before, we were able to project ourselves out into the outer world as one person. We will be able to do that again. We won't always do it. And the difference is this time we'll be consciously aware we're doing it rather than in denial before. But we will do it at times because certain people can't handle it. And there's going to be times where we are tired or low energy and we can't handle being able to feel their inner world of not being able to handle it. So if we just project ourselves at one self in the first place, then therefore it just is a lot easier energetically and less energy is used and what have you. Yeah, numbers are fab, aren't they? Our name is inseparably linked to our fate. It is the first abstraction with which we identify ourselves as a child when we are lovingly addressed by our mother with this name. Our name shapes us. Prominent film actors who have acquired a new public stage name in the course of their lives often describe a serious change in their private circumstances after they have put themselves in the public eye with a new energy under a new name. Many spiritual teachers and pioneers also occasionally change their names to manifest a new and more appropriate basic vibration in their lives. E.g., Osho. Should we do an Osho Zen tarot card at the end to close this off. We've got them over there. People who prefer to introduce themselves with their nickname unconsciously feel the magic of the name and prefer to identify with the vibration of the nickname rather than with that of their birth given name. The mysticism of Kabbalah is also based on the knowledge that the whole creation was created through holy words and their vibrational energy. The 10 Sephiroth of the Kabbalistic tree of life contain the secret numerical values of the basic building blocks of creation. Their interconnections form the energies of the 22 tarot cards of the Great Arcana. Even numerous materialistically influenced scientists have come to the conclusion that all matter in its true quality is based on pure information. The melody of the numbers reveals itself in their vibrations and their true quality. Be excited to see what individual and deeper qualities the numbers of your name and your dates of birth carry within them. Perhaps this numerological interpretation will make you understand why the events of your life have always revolved around certain people or recurring events. Perhaps you will recognize the pattern of your life task, and especially the pattern of partnership in your relationships. Probably with the help of numerology, you will find your hidden abilities and qualities that are already dormant in you and will only reach their true development in future. These hidden talents you can already recognize and awaken in you now to manifest your personal goals even faster and happier in your life. In this case, your numbers literally show you the fast path to happiness. Now look forward to the result of your personal numerological evaluation. So here for us, we've got 29286. Name number 2, heart number 9, personality number 2, fate number 8, birth number 6, live target number 10, master number, personality number 11. What's a live target or a live target? Number 10's karmic completion in the cards. We're just curious to see what numbers overlap. That's really interesting. The last 2 digits, our fate number and our birth number, are both 8 and 6, so they overlap. It's 871 on this one. So yeah, the fate number and the birth number are the same. So if that's the case, we haven't changed our fate, have we? Some of these interesting numbers will be presented to you in the following pages. Your name number is 2. People with the 2 as their name number are usually harmony oriented and equipped with a strong sense of justice. That's interesting, isn't it? Because 11 is the justice card, isn't it? Liliana, I love that. That sounds beautiful. That's got a wonderful tonal Liliana expression. And realise there are no mistakes in life, and I truly resonate with mine now. Oh, that's lovely to hear. What does it mean? The 2 carries with it the vibration of 2 polarities, which together form something new. As a 2 person, you want to bring together the things that belong together. You are looking for compromises, preferring to avoid direct confrontation, and looking for the most favourable way for all parties. That sounds interesting. You tried explaining shortcuts out of the energetic cycles using the example of the 5 states in the tarot. That does sound interesting. As a partner, you like to be sensitive and very interested in the well-being of your partner. Often you even put your own interests before those of your partner. People of 2 love togetherness and do not like to be alone. Feelings are very important to you. You can listen well, You are usually polite and can mediate excellently and diplomatically between different parties. Some of us have been a little bit triggered in this, but that's okay, because we take what we want and we leave what we learn. All of this is just interesting, different avenues and pathways to self-understanding and self-realization. If someone has grief, you always have an open ear, give comfort and stand by with advice and action. This balancing quality in your personality requires a certain sensitivity. Instead of simply asserting yourself uncompromisingly with all your might, you prefer to decide on compromises and seek balance. The balance in things has an almost magical quality in the universe and is a strong force, but mostly not threatening or aggressive. Probably this personality is very much needed where you are standing and involved. Nevertheless, try to keep a healthy selfishness and be self-confident and strong, especially if you notice injustices in your environment. Bless you, Twitty. Kathy, we know that feeling. The meaning of the name number. Your name is the strongest and most important symbol with which you are most identified throughout your life. Your name is anything but a random choice of your parents. The naming can be difficult and linked to a particular story. The number of your name tells you a lot about yourself and your life. In the numeroscope, it has a special meaning because it carries the basic vibration of the name within itself. How do you know it says 0? Do you have it up your end too? I read that as ilium then, Lily. It's from the Latin lilium, which means the flower lily. Oh, that's beautiful. And that's so interesting. We read that as ilium, or it's got a similar sound vibration, lilium to ilium, because you've got your sacral iliac joint, which is your ilium, which is your hip. So your hips and your groin, again, is to do with all your emotions as well. Oh, this is fascinating, the connections. We're glad you're still here as well. We did wonder. Thanks for that, saying that, Kathy. Although we did say we didn't mind if you weren't, but it still pangs, doesn't it? Unconsciously, we absorb the hidden vibrations of the name. This basic vibration fits the life and the soul plan of a purpose. And the soul plan of a person. How is it even possible for a name and a number derived from it to be related to the personality and character of a person? How about a name in different languages? When a certain name is spelled identically but pronounced differently. The basic vibration of the name is the same in every language. An I or E in the name sounds like gentleness, goodness, wisdom, and beauty. A rolling R, which we'd love to be able to do but can't, but maybe one day can, which we'd love to be able to do and maybe sometime will, but at the present moment find challenging, better programming words. A rolling R sounds like power and assertiveness. Interestingly, the creation rules for nicknames are the same in different languages. The melody of a name. The rhythm expresses either harmony and balance or disharmony and a disturbed mental balance. If you calculate the corresponding number of names, the quality of the symbolic power is surprisingly preserved. How do you deal with different names in concrete terms? The first name and surname apply to the number of names. A second and third first name also has a power of expression, especially for the relationship with other people. For the sake of clarity, we omit the consideration of middle names in our analysis. This is the surname at the time of birth. That's interesting what's coming to us then, because we've got a middle name, but our brother doesn't. But we used to think that our brother's middle name should be Jesus, because our father's middle name is Joseph and our mother's middle name's Mary. And then when you get all these random things and insights come to you and symbology and stuff, it was like, well, our brother didn't have a middle name and we did have a middle name, because we're not saying we're Jesus, but we do know that our future life plan is to share our ways, which is ways and processes that we've used to gain self-realization and self-understanding, which are along the same frequencies that Jesus was doing as well, isn't it? It's that same kind of similar avenues when you're speaking in frequency form, not egotistical, I'm Jesus, because I know that. And our middle name is Deborah, which Neve means brightness, Deborah means bee, but I think Deborah means something else in Greek or some other thing, actually, I'm not sure. For the sake of clarity, we omit the consideration of middle names in our analysis. This is the surname at the time of birth. Apologies for repetition. Marriage or adoption may change the number of names in a changed phase of life, but the number of names at the time of birth contains aspects of how a person will develop in the future. The birth name contains references to the past, present, and future of a person. Academic titles or titles of nobility are omitted. Only the from in a surname may remain. Even nicknames or pet names are not used to calculate the number of names, although they also have their own energy, which is supposed to cover the energy of the fully written name. The meaning of the master numbers. The master numbers in the numeroscope are the four numbers 11, 22, 33, and 44, which are very special numbers. So for us, 44 is environment, we're talking about that. 33 is communication. And this is what we use from the numerology guidance cards by Michelle Buchman. 22 is intuition and 11's individuality. Here, you stop forming the cross sum because in these numbers, there is a special level of meaning for you. If one would calculate further, one arrives at the numbers 2, 4, 6, 8. Who do we appreciate? The properties of these basic numbers are strengthened many times over in the master numbers. That's that pattern symbology is really important, along with the Fibonacci pattern 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 34, 55, 89, etc., 144, etc. Which is the 21 and 34. 21 over 34 is phi, which is the golden ratio, which when we're doing our sounding, we will actually do the Fibonacci number patterns and those ones in our sounding to create a central pivot of balance for us. And the 2, 4, 6, 8 is that it's the cell division where you have the one egg splits into 2, splits into 4, 8, 16, 32. That it's a real influential, fundamental pattern of life in sacred geometry. Jane 108, he does lots of stuff around numbers and art and mandalas and stuff to look at the things. The properties of these basic numbers are strengthened many times over in the master numbers. People with one or more master numbers are given very special tasks in life. In their lives, special events, opportunities, and situations manifest themselves that can only be realized with the help of special dispositions, insights, and abilities. People with master numbers are often extraordinary personalities. They can be very successful, but they can also simply disappear into normality. This happens, e.g., when they have not successfully faced their master assignment and the soul has not yet reached the necessary degree of maturity. Yeah, that's what we're in the process of, isn't it? Grow up our organs, grow up our generational consciousness, and we actually are starting to feel the physical, see in the mirror, the physical change in the body as our kind of almost teenage girl body transforms more into a womanly shaped body. It's really interesting, a mature woman's body. And a lot of the things we suffer from are like our ex-stepsister, but she suffers from it from having given childbirth, and we suffer from it from having EDS, which we find interesting. And we're reversing the process. Also, a lack of courage and willpower or wrong beliefs can help some people to master their life task. However, the special characteristics that have been created always remain linked to the name of the person and express themselves in an unmistakable personality with very special characteristics, regardless of the decisions of the past. The tasks can be very diverse. The accomplishment of special deeds and social changes in the profane world, or spiritual mastery such as enlightenment or the attainment of philosophical wisdom. The master tasks can be karmic in nature, linked to specific persons, or simply waiting for you as special opportunities in life. Suddenly and unexpectedly, you stumble into her. Suddenly and unexpectedly, you stumble into her. Prepare yourself well inwardly for these events in life and gratefully accept failures and negative events as valuable trials, for sure. They will strengthen and prepare us for the coming events. We can still feel the, at least it's not going to put us in a psych ward this time. 2 years ago. But we can still feel the fear around what, I don't know, I'm not connected to it, but the ones of us that saw our future, there's a lot of us that obviously were very scared and didn't like it. I can feel ripples of those energetics, but at least we're able to laugh about it, and we're taking we're applying the necessary actions to face the fears and prepare ourselves and ground ourselves for whatever this future is, which we're quite happy not knowing until we need to know, or until it happens, because it's too much for us. Our most important master number 11. The master number 11, visionaries and masters of creativity. Are you subscribed to Jane108? Oh my God, we love him. He's great. We love him. And doesn't he just do his videos from the most beautiful places in the jungle, on the beach, and you have all the bird sounds. Oh, we miss Australia. We miss New Zealand too, but New Zealand didn't have all the like parrots and the birds and the animals. Oh, just the sounds of the rainforest. We love it. In the master number 11, the double quality of the first oscillates. 11 people are often above average intelligent and have intelligent. That should be intelligence, shouldn't it? And have unique abilities and talents that need to be expressed. We're just being connected to. So before we ended up in the psych ward, that was 2020, February 5th, 2020. The last trigger that we couldn't cope with was on the 2nd of the February. So that was 2/2/2020. So it's 2222. So the 22nd of this month's hugely important because of that palindrome, is it? Where it's the same forward and backwards. So it would be 22/2, which is 3 2s, 2022, which is the last day that we do that card with Marianne from the MN Tarot. And we start on the Fool and we end on that day on the Fool, on the number of intuition. But we started our portal opening with candles on the 11th of the 11th, 2019, on our internal reality. And then we started the meditation on our external reality on the online sound meditation group that we were kind of talking about earlier. And that was on the mirror of the one. So that was on the 10th. So that's 10 of January. So that's 10/10/01 2020. So it was a mirror reverse double because 1122. And that was a Cancer full moon that was started on as well. And Cancer's been massive on our, because we've been doing all of this in alignment with the moon. I don't know if you can see on our top shelf there, you see the red jars? They're the current, on the left is the current Aquarius new moon, and on the right is the Cancer full moon, actually, and the Leo full moon will go in it on this Wednesday. The back stitching, yeah. So yeah, it's interesting that we started all this on the 11/11, which holds the vibration of 1, like it said, of new beginnings, like the ace, but it's the vibrations of 1 on the second tier 2. So first tier 2 is 2, second tier 2 is 11, third tier 2 is 20, which is an important one because it's a 2, but it's also a logarithm 10. And then, okay, so this starts getting a bit more complicated because we've just been working on addition. So it goes 2, 11, 20, it then goes 31, 42. Ti Tom Homo! Tai! Tai! Oh my God, we just made major connections. So the basic patternology to start with numerology that we learned and we did was addition. So it would be like adding numbers together. Adding numbers together is expansion, and subtracting numbers. So you can do addition, subtraction, division, and multiplication. So addition and multiplication are expansion and infinite expansion. So addition is expansion with boundaries. Multiplication is expansion without boundaries. And this relates to us in our body for developing healthy boundaries in our physical body so we don't dislocate and sublocate. But we've needed to dislocate and sublocate to start with, because otherwise we wouldn't have the quality of being able to shapeshift our internal body to realign ourselves. Isn't Marianne just like, oh, divine beauty? She's lovely. And from Brazil, we love the Brazilian energies. So your subtraction is contraction. So it's Jupiter and Saturn energies. Jupiter is your addition and your multiplication, and Saturn is your subtraction and your division. Subtraction being contraction with boundaries, so you don't contract too much, as in addition with boundaries as you don't expand too much. And division is contraction without boundaries. So this is what we were talking about before, about understanding imagination, but having an infinite imagination and understanding that comprehension, but also having boundaries to that for when the conscious mind can't cope with it. Oh, we're making so many connections. So 31, so you're going from 2, which is the foundation, first tier, then you're going to 2 expansion with boundaries from 11, then you go to 20, another expansion with boundaries that's extra special because it's 2 logarithm 10, and then you go into contraction. So we're talking about 41 because that's how old we are, and that's 5, which is the number of change, which brings freedom. And we had our 40th in the psych ward, which was 4 logarithm 10, and our main traumas happened at 4. Welcome in the moon time energies, please. Thank you, multiverse. We love you. We love our beautiful mind and brain, and we love you guys. Oh, we're in the love energies at the moment. Yeah, celebrations. And 4, we've got 4 likes and you 2 watching, because we're 42 on Tuesday, and 4 minus 2 is contraction with boundaries, and we're in the process of contracting in, which is why we're getting so much gas troubles, because we understand the quantum biomechanics of the body, and that's part of our beauty and gift that we're going to share through our Shintosei course and all whatever develops from these lives. Thank you for helping to give us confidence and good experiences, Lily and Kathy. Because everything in our body and our intestines had to expand outwards, and not expand outwards, pop outwards, and they weren't very comfy, but it's okay because it's coming back inwards now. Yeah. So it's so interesting. Pam Gregory is amazing as well. And do you watch Pam Gregory and Braca? Forget her last name, Becca Smith. She used to be called Barbara, but she changed her name. We suddenly, when we were in the bath yesterday, we watched a 17-minute late scruffy chat with them because Pam wasn't expecting a call from Becca, and she wasn't in her beautiful royal collar wear that she wears, so she was feeling a bit scruffy. And they're from the older generation, and we're in the middle or the liminal state between the older generation and the younger generation. And the older generation is a lot more rigid and traditional, whereas the younger generation, we've been watching like a lot of YouTubes, is all about like flexibility and really not knowing their boundaries. And the older generation could really learn from the younger generation to loosen up their boundaries, and the younger generation could learn from the older generation to contain their boundaries. Because we watch some of these people and these yoga people, they wear those see-through leggings and it's all got quite sexual. And we used to get triggered quite a bit, but we don't now, so that's good, because we watch these things to be triggered, to clear out the triggers, and then we get to watch the body ones of us that like to watch the body to understand it. And so whereas we were really hypermobile in areas, but really rigid in areas related to our autism as well and our EDS, we then completely expanded out and lost all kind of form in our body. Our ligaments disappeared, everything was disintegrating and degenerating until we started dying over and over in the bath and went into the psych ward, was ripped apart. We're not going to get into the other details. And then since then, we went it alone. And we've really got on it with the food, and we're feeling the shape of our body change as the intestines and everything starts contracting inwards. So rather than on our expansive outwards, and also us traveling the world on our own, being a girl, us not settling down in the conventional understanding of people of being in a house and getting a relationship, but we settled down like a snail. We had our home on our back. We lived in a van and we drove round in our van. So we've been creating all these energetic grids and networks from our physical footprint of traveling the globe, but also our van footprint of traveling around Great Britain and loads around Cornwall, where we used to go work in different places, to then having to lose our physical health, having done decades of self-awareness and self-development work, just to be getting more confused and more chaotic, to doing our ayahuasca journey, only doing our ayahuasca journey after we figured out we had to go on disability benefits and give up work because we were spending more money on external help and support to manage our physical pain, but we then couldn't work or do anything anymore to earn the money to pay for that. So then when we made that conscious decision to give up work, it's like when you work, go on holiday, and then you don't get to enjoy your holiday because you get really sick. It's like that, but even more extreme. So we consciously stopped just before being really forced to breaking point. Then we did our ayahuasca journey, which was such a blessing, a horrific blessing, but it was like the energy came in and drilled these holes in our black, solid pelvis that held, because the psoas muscle holds all fear and trauma, anxiety. So that the energy could come in and start flowing through these tiny holes to disintegrate all that blackness and that darkness. And that's what one of us also takes the terminology of shadow work into the shadow aspects of the physical body. And the shadow aspects, the dark aspects of the physical body, are the parts of the nervous system in the body that have shut down and desensitized themselves to stop feeling, to cope with life, only yet then to take substances or food or sex because the body wants to feel, because it's our human creation and evolution and involution, which is evolution inwards of consciousness, to create and to express ourselves from our pure authenticity and uniqueness. Because then, like I said before, we can live in a world where there's no copyright. It's not based on economy and money, but I think we've gone really far down the future for that all to take place. Yeah, Pam Gregory. So what Bracker was saying is that 2020 and 2021, but especially 2020, because COVID started when we were in the psych ward, were really easy to predict through astrology. So astrology is the subjective tool to self-awareness and self-realization, whereas cosmology is the objective tool to understanding what's outside of us. But when we understand that what's outside of us is a reflection and a projection, an illusion of what's inside of us, we understand how the cosmos is within us. And the collective of reality and society has been expanding outwards in the male energies for too long, hence why the female energies have to come in, which is the receptive internal energies, to start doing the contraction inwards rather than expansion outwards. But Braca was saying how it's really hard to predict the future from the astrology charts of 2022, because when one does do that, it's about they have to fully feel. And so that's why this is where we slightly disagreed with her, because she said that she's starting to do she's going to start doing moon courses, because the moon courses were all about the fear and the shadow and the wounded child. Whereas for us, we perceive Chiron to be the wounded child, not the moon. We perceive the moon to be the divine feminine energies, which is the light contracted inwards, because the moon reflects the sun, which is the masculine energies. So the moon is the divine feminine, because the divine feminine combines the masculine and the feminine and the divine masculine. So if the divine feminine combines and integrates the divine masculine, the feminine and masculine, because the feminine and the masculine are the subtle, energetic, physical body, whereas the divine feminine and the divine masculine is the unseen, untangible energetics, then the divine masculine is kind of below the divine feminine, because the feminine is the whole and the masculine is the part. So therefore the divine masculine is a combination of the masculine and the feminine. The feminine is a combination of the masculine and the feminine, and the masculine is just the masculine. We're really starting to understand the language of energy. It's amazing. So yeah, Braca was saying how she's finding it really hard, because it means she has to be in her body, and she's finding it really hard to be in her body. But they are both the older generation, which does find it harder to be in their body and feel the feels, because to be fair, it's a fucking intense ride feeling the feels, isn't it? Is Pamela transforming? You know, I can imagine she is, but we've always watched Pamela and just thought we love. It's our scientific ones in us that love watching Pamela, because she brings in all that esoteric information and the energy, but she talks about it in the scientific of the solar flares and the rest of it. So yeah, I can imagine she is transforming, but she's just so eloquent and beautiful with her way of words that we connect to so much, Kathy, because she speaks in maths and language. Maths and science language, which we love. It's why we love Nassim Haramein, and we also love Jane, because he brings the art and the maths, the left and the right hemispheres together, but then he brings in the mythology. So there's all these things that have been disconnected from us, because we've always been pedantic and been very literal, whereas now we're starting to understand the abstract interconnections of everything, only because we've been stuck in that world, in that realm for so long. 12:02 then, it's the 12th of the 2nd today. We're 20:03 here, 8:03. Yes, yeah, the moon and the sun. So yeah, I can find the older generation finds it hard to get into the body, whereas the younger generation, the older generation doesn't get, because the younger generations are having to deal with the generations and generations of trauma and repression and suppression of things. Well, we went off on one then, didn't we? Well, I suppose we just did do what it said. I'm going to have to start this again. In the master number 11, the double quality of the first oscillates. 11 people are often above average intelligent and have unique abilities and talents that need to be expressed. We're getting good at that, I think. However, the abundance of visions and the almost boundless curiosity can also become a burden, as long as the realization matures that not every idea and project can be implemented immediately. We're learning to that very well. And I think we've got like a 50-year plan, and even a plan of what we want to create now to be a legacy for our kids or something. I don't know. They certainly do get creative. You love it when we do. Is that the expressing? Thank you. Well, I suppose that's good, because you're seeing us in complete thought force process. And when you've seen someone, or when you're experiencing someone in their process and they're externalizing their process of that thought force flow, then your energy is getting to experience that and will start doing it too. That's where we come from anyway. And inner balance is absolutely advisable and desirable for 11-year-olds. 11-year-olds. I think 11's when we slit our head open, you know, on that scar, which is the back left. And if you look at we don't have it here, there's the one Patch Tarot, he's got the wisdom wheel there, which we do, that's of that magnetic board we showed you. He's got one off the brain that has the male, the female, something like logical processing and abstract processing. So that, if we have remembered that right, which I'm not sure, that would mean that the back left is the abstract male processing, which means, yeah, we're not going to get into that, it's not considered, but that's interesting. Our qualities are in demand and are there to be expressed. This is true even if you do not have very high access to spirituality. However, a developed spirituality will help us to release and bring to light our unconscious hidden knowledge, deny ourselves feelings of insecurity and self-doubt. After we have brought many valuable and important things, or one single indispensable thing into the world, our path is not over yet. After that, it may be even more important that we encourage other people to do similar things. Believe it or not, you will be happiest when you are treading new paths that no one before you has ever trodden. Tita Pomo! Yeah, we did. I think we've got one of our videos titled, I think that's on our Neve, I don't know which channel it is, it might be Shintosai, but I think it's the Neve Debs one. Trailblazing Leaders. I think it's that one. I don't know if that's the green black with green nodal networks, actually. It's what's coming to play now, because each one of us does, all the thumbnails and the titles have different symbology. So when we're looking back to which ones we want to watch, it depends on which altar, and there's messages in all our videos for different ones of us at different times. It's really fascinating how we've produced the tools we need for future states of us down the line at exactly the right moment. It's especially our our tarot card readings with the moon transits. Yes, Twitty, Kathy. Humans of master number 11 are often called magicians. With their talents, they know how to captivate others. 11er people have, I love it, they always say 11 people or persons or humans, or 11er as an 11er. 11er people have a high, this is Nadia Shaw. Have you heard of Nadia Shaw astrology? This is who this one's come from, I think. 11er people have a high level of responsibility and need their skills to achieve their goals, especially for the benefit of others. Of course, their talents, their special intuition must be accepted and developed. Some 11s develop their analytical and rational side too strongly. That's what we had done, I think, which is why we needed the spiritual force tower moments. Neglecting compassion and acting authoritarian. No, we never neglected compassion. And I don't know if we acted authoritarian because of our issues, unless we were in crisis moment and were protecting ourselves, and then we would be very direct. But that's why we're so beautiful, because our ego got stunted at 4, which is about empowerment and play. That's a real big part. And it wouldn't have got stunted at 4 if we hadn't have experienced those horrific traumas. Hence, needing to share how we can get something amazing that's so beneficial for the evolution of humanity and the harmonic relationship between all humans and cultures and nations with Mother Earth. And this is what trauma is part of the process of human evolution and the evolution of consciousness. This is also noticeable in the partnership, because 11s always tend to be a little dominant, and especially in a relationship, they sometimes have to take a back seat and be more conscious of their partner. If we are an 11er character ourselves, we will know well which challenge is meant concretely. Wow, it's so amazingly powerful. Our heart number is 9, the number of physical completion, whereas 10 is karmic completion. Yeah, 12 or 8, 11. Well, that's what made us really make today, because we weren't sure about coming on and doing this, but then it was like we added up 12 to 3, and then added it up to 2, which is 5, and then added up to 6. It's like 11. It's like, well, we've got to do it, because we've just been doing our sound meditation with 11 taps, 11 out breaths, 11 in breaths, and 11's type thing. So yeah. And then that's why then we started reading this for the number 11. People with the heart number 9 are extremely helpful and empathetic towards others. Furthermore, the 9 is also a very spiritual number. So here you have hidden talents waiting to be brought to the surface and into consciousness. With this heart number, you feel in good hands in artistic and creative fields of activity. You also have a very good eye for form, colour, and aesthetics. A great imagination is already showing in you as a child. Healing activities also suit your soul core. You want to express your high standards to the world. Self-realization, the realization of new ideas and projects are at the top of your list. Here, it would be a good idea not to set your standards too high and set smaller, manageable goals. That's what we're learning now. Yes, it is, isn't it? This leads to a quick sense of achievement, but we still reach our limits and can grow further. Another task of heart number 9 is to discover one's own spirituality. Problems are usually solved in a rational and top-heavy way. One likes to refuse intangible things. These have to be found and developed in the course of life. With the heart number 9, this access is a little easier for us. Only with an access to our own ancient knowledge and a developed spirituality, we can unfold our potential to the maximum. It would be ideal and nice if our partner has already developed an interest and talent for spiritual topics. Yeah, we want that. Yeah, we do, don't we? We get to know someone, no touching or first. We get to know someone energetically first, and if they're not into it, they can bugger off. Okay, I think we went 4 years without being with anyone, and then we got with someone and we did everything how we'd learned how to do it, by communicating and our needs, by communicating our labels and the rest of it. And he was meant to be intelligent. And so from our understanding of intelligence, and someone tells you their stuff, then you read up on that stuff, don't you? Anyway, he obviously didn't. And then we saw him, we communicated online for like 2 months, and then we saw him for 3 days, 4 days every week for 2 months. And then we didn't hear from him for a month after we were like having sex, and an emotional trigger happened and we regressed into a little one. And then he told us that not to feel ignored. It's like, well, if I'm going to see you that much every week for 2 months and then not hearing from you for a month, that's not feeling ignored, that's being ignored. And then said, rather than saying we're one of the most intelligent people he's ever met, he said we're one of the most intelligent females he's ever met. So we understand what was meant to come from him and how we fell into that game role play of society again. And that was what, 2018 that happened in. So that's almost 4 years ago, wasn't it? So that's interesting. The 44's come up again, because it's 4 years we hadn't been with anyone, and then we got with him thinking we'd done it right, but we hadn't. Not that there's right or wrong, but thinking we'd had improved, of which we had, but realizing now how we need to be more communicative in our words, and how that there's no physical interaction, there's a complete energetic and friendship base developed first of all, because then the energetics precedes the physical, basically, and we want an energetic relationship with someone, not a physical relationship with someone. Relationships are hard, aren't they? Oh, Kathy. Yeah, the similarities. Yes, Lily. Yes. Mind you, you've been married a while, haven't you, Kathy? You've got a husband. Are we mistaken? Are you too good at communicating? Is he into this stuff, or is there only share what you want to share, of course? Oh no, we've read the meaning of the heart number. Oh no, we read the first bit of the heart number. We haven't read this. Well, if we have read it and we're repeating again, we're sorry, but we don't feel like we have. 2 husbands at once. I love that emoji. We find it really hard putting emojis up on our laptop. On the phone it's easier, but you have to scroll through for ages. We're getting a lot of stuff going on here. That's our lungs, I think. Maybe because we're talking about ourselves growing up, I think we might actually, and we've been talking about the breathing, haven't we? I think we might start activating all 3, it's not all 3 quadrants because a quadrant's 4, but all 3/3 of the lung, because that's what's hugely important for the growth of the torso. Oh, wow. The meaning of the heart number. The heart number is about your hidden identity, your true self. The true self is not to be confused with the higher self, but shows some partial aspects of the personality of the higher self. The heart number is often called the soul number because it contains the hidden aspects of our soul that only we can recognize and feel. The heart number is related to our true personality, our deeply inherent character, which we sometimes want to hide and overplay. We read from the heart number, especially deep-seated motives and intentions. This drives us. This is what we strive for. What are our secret intentions, wishes, and hopes? To calculate the soul or heart number, only the vowels A, E, I, O, U. Ooh, 2 little dots on tops. Sound for the heart. E is the sound, helps the mind. And when we go E in the mouth, when we can access our body and we went E, it widened our shoulders, widened our rib cage, and seen as we were just talking about the lungs, and widened our hips when we couldn't do it in our body. We're now going to put our tongue to the back of the roof of our mouth and just swap our arm position because it gets our shoulder blades in. Hi. That was a bit spontaneous. Second marriage now, married now to my high. Oh, that's so beautiful. He loves you doing your thing. Oh, good. Doesn't feel things the way you do. That's probably really good too, because you've both got unique experiences to express and communicate to each other. He's an angel disguised in tattoos and pretends he's just a guy. Oh, Kathy, that's beautiful. I love that. Oh, we also needed a bit of centering, I think, there, with a bit of sound meditation. Oh, yeah, yawn. Our left vagus nerve is kicking in. Yay! Hey, left vagus nerve, how you doing? The left vagus nerve's number 10, the 10th cranial nerve, and the vagus nerve, which is the left and right, well, they're both number 10. And they come down here and they go through every organ in the body. Therefore, it's related to every chakra. So we connect it to the 10th, the crown chakra. But it doesn't go below the bottom of the organs. So it doesn't go into the pelvis, which is interesting. We learned that a while ago, a couple of weeks ago or something. Yeah, so it's nicknamed the Wanderer. Oh, thank you, Lily. So to calculate the soul or heart number, only the vowels A, E, I, O, U, and then the O with the 2 dots on in the name are used. They make up the most clearly audible parts of our name. The vowels in the name can be compared to the tuned fundamental frequency of an instrument, like a guitar or a piano. The fundamental frequency marks the specific character or fingerprint of our soul. The heart number is inseparably linked to our deepest intentions and character traits. We can read from the heart number which motives control our actions and what we really strive for deep inside ourselves. We can read off what makes us happy and what makes us unhappy. We recognize our strengths and weaknesses and can draw valuable conclusions for our lives. We can use the heart number to decide who we really want to be. We need to drink more. We had to make sure we drink those before bed. It's really interesting. We're normally really on it with our liquids in the morning. Normally end up having between 4 to 6 pints once we get through our lemon, honey and ginger, our kombucha, our green tea, our Silagite, our orange juice, our freshly squeezed orange juice and grapefruit. They're not every day. But I think we had a cup of barley cup this morning and our kombucha. And this is our green tea. And that was our moon water left over from last night. Yeah, the energies are strong because we're very reactive in the moment and not on it with our stuff. I think one full moon, because we've been just, whether we're hungry or not, because we don't feel our reflexes, we make ourselves kind of eat. But when we really dissociate with the energies and into altars, well, that's because before the psych ward we hadn't eaten because we physically couldn't swallow. We couldn't eat or drink. So it's important that we do drink and stuff to reverse. So when you see us doing the burps and the reflexes, it's quite painful because it's our body reflex. Half of our body's like backwards and it's the actual physical body turning itself inside out again. So if you think of a pair of tights, if in your pair of tights, one's the right way round and the other one's inside out, and the one that's inside out has got to turn itself the right way round, except there's lots more pairs. And sometimes actually before the one that's inside out can turn itself round, you need to turn the right way round inside out and then turn them both the right way round. It's really not very comfortable. We've been feeling all our intestines pop back in, but it's a lot more comfy and easier because we don't eat any of the Nightshade family foods and our food's really good. So it's actually really comfy compared to how it was. What happens in Vegas? Isn't that like the phrase, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas? Which I think is what you mean, but I don't know what you're referring to. How do you find your true numerology numbers? You find it's different sometimes and now you're mixed up. Yeah, okay. This used to be a big one for us, is so many people say so many different things and there's not this one way or this alignment. Sorry, glass, we didn't break it. Sorry, Zen, you felt that through the floor, didn't you? Oopsie daisy, no sorry needed. Well done, my lovelies. Oh. So we found this really hard because we found it hard to get to know ourselves. So we used to be able to get to know ourselves through external people's energies and communications, or just being with other people, or external information. But then when we got external information coming in that contradicted each other, it used to play havoc with us. But it brought us to great clarity of the understanding of there is no right or wrong. There's only what's right or wrong for the individual. Hence why, if we're comfortable, we can do the Western astrology chart. But if we're looking at the Western astrology chart and it's familiar to us, well, and we're someone that likes to keep ourselves in familiarity and in comfort, well, let's put the Western astrology chart down, because that's what's resonating with us harmonically. That's what we understand about ourselves. That's what's familiar. So if we're wanting to access the shadow parts that we're unaware of, or we're in denial about, or we don't know about, let's go to an astrology chart that isn't familiar, like the Vedic astrology chart, and learn about those energetics and see then how that starts the ball rolling of the Wheel of Fortune, and starts those energies rolling, and then enlightens us and lightens up those shadow parts of ourself in the physical body, because it starts stimulating different processes in the body, and so therefore in this different nervous system networks. So how you find your true numerology numbers is to look at different, this is how we do it, look at different perspectives. And because we are fragmented and separated, but we think everyone's like that to a certain degree, because otherwise, like we said before, everyone would be whole and balanced and the world would be a much more harmonic, beautiful place to live in. So is to take different people's perspectives from opposing parts of the spectrum and some in the middle, and to read that information, take notes on it, draw pictures from it, whatever, then to do some body work or some music. And this is really interesting. What's coming to us now is, like, if you've got one perspective of the numerology number, it might be, for instance, to get that perspective, to read it, then to do some kind of sounding like we've just done, or movement, and then see where you're driven. Because when you do that, you take yourself to your heart, we take ourselves to our heart, and then suddenly we find ourselves doing certain things that we weren't expecting to at all. So you might for instance, get drawn to putting on a certain bit of music and dancing. You might get yourself drawn to maybe reading a book. You might get yourself drawn to listening to a book. You might get yourself drawn to creating a picture or putting out some certain colours. And then to leave some time, put that aside, leave some time, and there'll be all this behind the scenes energetic processing going on with what you've experienced from that process. And then when you go into a different numerology perspective process, see what's created from that, and not be too attached from any of them, but maybe to put more conscious awareness and attention into the ones that are least like you, is what is coming to me in this moment. But if you want to know where we got these ones from, we got these ones from Nadia Shaw. Nadia Shaw's, I think it's spelled like this. Let me just Google it. No. How do we... Tell me if this link works. So yeah, she's spelled like this. We just Googled her and it came up with one of her astrology charts. Oh, that's too long. Well, that's not going to be very good if it's too long. We won't be able to post it, will we? Welcome to the exciting week of Superstar. So that's the link to her YouTube channel. And it's I think it's her website that we got these numbers from, because we've got an astrology stuff done from her as well. There's lots of things that we got done at a certain time and we've got lots to go through. We're not allowed to buy anything else now. The next couple of years is us revisiting our past and all the things we've bought and redoing courses and stuff. Yeah, so I hope that's helpful. That's what we've done. Your personality number is 2. The personality number 2 expresses itself in terms of thoroughness, sense of justice and perfectionism. As a personality, the 2 is ambitious and enthusiastic. Some 2 personalities like to jump at a certain topic and get completely absorbed in it, which can be quite alienating for other personalities. Of course, in this case, they are also outstanding in their field, but this personality never shows itself to be properly adapted. The fantastic and extraordinary attracts them magically. We're just going to put on Sushumna Prana Anana song in the background because it helps clear the Sushumna. Prana Apana Sushumna Hari.